So we have
Bring it up today.
a four-topic meeting today. Street vacation, Southwest Corridor, expanding opportunities for affordable housing in the River Plan. And we'll start off with Andrea, Joe. Your name tag says Andrea Durbin, but we'll go with probably Joe Zender. He's hiding underneath.
There you go.
Most-
It's a busy day
So-
today.
Director's report, please. Oh, actually, sorry. Items of interest from commissioners. Item of interest of commissioners.
I do, actually. Just a note this evening, right after this, so we can all go together if we would like, to a mayoral and city council candidate forum hosted by Young Professionals in Transportation, YPT Portland, WTS Portland, Street Trust, and Bike Loud. And that is at the Clinton Street Theater.
Great. Anyone, Mike?
I hope by now all the commissioners are well aware of the complexity of issues on the South Reach. And again, I think there's no substitute for actually having some on the ground experience. So to that extent, to that point, we actually rescheduled the walk we were taking from South Waterfront to the Selwood Bridge. So if people are interested, it's rescheduled to Friday, March 20th, which I'm sure will be a sunny day. We'll have a pleasant time to take a look at, on the ground at the issues. I still haven't set another date for a little boat tour around Ross Island, but I intend to do that and I encourage anybody who's interested to come along. Thank you.
Any other updates? I will do a little flag. Julie sent out an inquiry of PSC members to see if we had anything that we think is going well on the PSC or that could be improved. And I encourage people just to fire out any ideas you have, just to figure out, constructive suggestions and, anything you like. And we'll compile those and kick them back, and we'll see if we get some ideas to mix things up a little bit. And now, Andrea, you can give the director's report. Fantastic.
Great. Good afternoon. Made it back in time. Traffic was bad on I-5 coming back from Salem. Wanted to, a couple of updates. One reminder that we have residential infill tomorrow for a hearing on the amendments, and then likely with a vote at the end of April or sometime in May. We also have our budget work sessions coming up. Our BPS budget work session is on Monday afternoon, and I want to thank Katie and Oriana, who both served on the Budget Advisory Committee, for their work there. Julie's circulated the Budget Advisory Committee letter and also the mayor's recommended budget asks that we made. I just wanted to make sure that all of the commission is aware of what those specific additional asks we're requesting. One is around accelerated action on climate so that we have more capacity to move forward on carbon reducing measures, particularly looking at building performance standards. We have a second ask on anti-displacement action plan to continue the work that we're doing with community organizations to establish this task force, community and citywide task force on displacement, and really developing the strategies and tools that we want to apply citywide and to projects. So we have a request to continue that work and have staff capacity to do that work. We have a request that's the Lower Southeast Rising Area Plan, which is would be a matching grant to do work, particularly in the Brentwood-Darlington area, to do both transportation and land use planning, and also looking at developing a neighborhood center core area. And then we have Portland Clean Energy Fund requests, and that is to, as we're establishing that program, looking to add staff capacity as we grow that. We're developing the grant guidelines with the advisory committee, and we'll be issuing those grant guidelines and soliciting grant applications this summer, and with consideration and decisions in the fall. So as we're moving in that stage, we're going to need more capacity on the staff level. So those are the specific asks that BPS has put forward, and we will have more discussion with City Council about that on Monday. So tune into that if you're interested. And then we have, I wanted to remind folks that the DOZA 3x3 group is meeting this Friday and next Monday. So special thanks to Mike and Ben and Kat in particular, who are spending a lot of time on that and hopefully whittling down the recommended actions on DOZA. And I think the commissioners were informed that we have Daisy's been offered a position, and she's going to be starting to work at PBEM, the Bureau of Emergency Management. So working for the city, which is very exciting, but we are sad to lose her as a sitting commissioner. So we will be starting a recruitment process for the youth commission position here soon. You'll see notices from that. Julie's going to do that work for us. So if you have suggestions of people, youth, that could be a good candidates for our youth commissioners, please circulate that announcement when you receive it. And lastly, I wanted to let folks know that obviously the city is looking and developing protocols around the COVID-19 virus. With regard to upcoming Planning Sustainability Commission meetings, we will continue until the city makes any determination about these kind of gatherings. But as we are preparing, we're also looking at options for taking these meetings online as well. So we'll be evaluating those options and sharing more as we have it with you. And that is it.
Kat.
Quick question. Could you remind me just of maybe a general overview of the amendments on RIP that are being discussed?
I don't have that list with me. Joe, do you have the list in your?
Good afternoon. It's Joe Zender, Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. So there's a package of amendments that are sort of technical fixes. Amongst those technical fixes, worth noting that's a new one is when we adopted residential infill, we changed the way that height is measured on a property, and we, in the code that you all passed forward, we applied that to all, not just single family, single dwelling, but to commercial and mixed use. Caused problems for commercial and mixed use, so we're changing it back to the way it's measured today there. And then the rest of the amendments are related to deeper affordability, the 6-flat option. There's an amendment related to applying an incentive or disincentive for demolition and incentive for conversion of historic properties in conservation districts for extra units. That's it.
All right, thank you. We'll start off with Dee Walker and Carl Aruda for the street vacation. And for fellow commissioners, we sometimes these are consent agendas, and this is one we wanted to dig in a little bit deeper so you can understand how the process works with it's kind of a complicated one.
Before we start, you do have a consent agenda item.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Consideration of the minutes. I keep jumping ahead. Would someone like to move adoption? Chris? Second? Thank you, Kat. All in favor? Aye. It passes. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Dee Walker,
You're going
Bureau
to have
of
to keep doing that.
Dee Walker, Bureau of Transportation Right-of-Way Acquisition. I'm actually coming up first before Carl. I'm going to give a little street vacation, kind of a 101. It'll be a refresher for some of you, but others it will be new information. So feel free to ask questions when you have them. So why and how does the city vacate streets? The purpose of a street vacation is to extinguish the public's interest in street right-of-way, or what we call street area. The city does not own the street area in fee title, but rather has an all-encumbering easement, leaving the property owner with one remaining stick in what we call the bundle of rights, which is the right of reversion. Now, ODOT, they do own all their streets in fee. They own every stick in the bundle of rights. So they don't vacate streets, they just sell their street, transfer it. But the city of Portland, again, we don't buy them, we don't purchase them, we just get an easement over. So it's kind of like a layers to an onion.
Many streets are what we call paper streets and most likely will never be developed. As you can see the slide on the right, that's what quite a few look like. They're just nothing but wooded area, a lot of vegetation. People don't understand that it's really a street there. So we call it a paper street. Some streets are no longer needed due to a change in subdivision plans or change to zoning. Some street segments just need to be realigned, as you can see on the left, and you'll see I have a slide later on that shows before and after, but that is one street vacation where the street was vacated for a development. The street vacation process is governed by state statute, ORS Chapter 271, City Code 1784, and then the City Charter Section 1-104. The approval criteria, and Bob Kellett is here so he can actually answer questions on this. I just kind of took it from his notes. So the approval criteria that Bob looks for is that the street area is not presently needed. It's not identified in any adopted plan for public services, transportation, stormwater, or utility functions, for view corridors and or viewpoints, for tree planting or retention, pedestrian amenities, or community or commercial uses. They also look at will the street be needed in the future? And if it's not needed as part of the street grid or needed for connection and spacing requirements for bike and ped. So for streets, there needs to be a street every like 530 feet, and for bikes and peds every 330 feet. They also look for public services, transportation functions, or utilities that can be extended in an alternate location. So if one street is vacated, is it needed or can it be extended into another alternate location? Does anybody have any questions on criteria? Okay. An early assistance review, or what we call EAs, is required for all street vacations. The EA actually gives the petitioner what I call a snapshot, kind of a snapshot of whether the city will support it or maybe not support it, but they find out at the EA reviews. And they also find out if the bureaus would have any potential conditions that would be required if they move forward. So it's supposed to give the petitioner an idea, do they want to move forward with their request? There's a lot of money and a lot of time. It's typically at least an 8 to a 12-month process. And as far as the money goes, the average right now is probably $10,000 to $15,000, but anywhere from $8,000 to $35,000 to vacate a street. So, and it's all for cost recovery. So the program doesn't, we don't charge for the street. So it's just staff time, overhead, what have you. So an EA can be waived, however, if there are no development plans and no known city water or sewer lines within the street area. I don't recommend it, but it can be done. But unfortunately, if we do waive an EA, I always let people know that it's at your own risk because you're going to be spending a lot of time and money, and you might find out 6 months later what you could find out in 6 weeks. So it's always good to have an EA review no matter what. So there are two types of street vacation petitions. There's city initiated and non-city initiated. So for non-city initiated, the petitioner must we actually draft up a petition document, and they take this petition document and they go around to all their neighbors, and they need to obtain signatures of all abutting property owners, so anybody that touches the vacation area, and 2/3 of a surrounding area is determined by ORS. Once completed, the petition is then certified for accuracy. And you can see the picture of the red line around the street area. That's what we would call an affected area. So they would need 2/3 of all of that area in red for signatures. And any lot that actually touches the yellow hatching, they would need to sign the petition. So they need 100% of anybody abutting the street to be vacated. So for city-initiated street vacations, ORS allows the city to initiate the vacation without a petition. Since signatures of neighbors are not required, notice is required per ORS to be mailed to the abutting property owners and those in the surrounding area that you saw in red to inform them of the public hearing before City Council. Once the petition is certified, or once the city initiates a vacation, a more formal investigation is done. So if there was an EA, that's kind of a surface level. Now at a formal investigation, it's a very in-depth review. So notices are sent to city bureaus, public agencies, public utilities, neighborhood, business associations, and we give everybody typically 30 days to comment. The bureaus are mandatory responders. Everyone else, we don't necessarily wait to hear from them if they don't respond. When all the responses have been received, a hearing before you all is requested. The PSC reviews the request and makes recommendations to City Council of approval with added conditions, or denial. Although not required by ORS or City Code, this is one of the things that I added to the process. We send out public notices to all those in the affected area that you saw with the red outline, informing them of the PSC hearing date and time. So those neighbors have a chance to call, show up if they want to be heard before Planning Commission hearing. Once the vacation request has been heard by the PSC, the Bureau Director's report is drafted, compiling all the findings from the formal investigation and any recommended conditions by the PSC. This report serves as PBOT's official report and recommendation to City Council. So going before City Council, public hearing is scheduled. The street area is actually posted with a sign and the notice of the hearing date with the phone number of who to contact if they have questions regarding the street vacation. And an announcement is published in the DJC, the Daily Journal of Commerce. City Council may approve, amend, or deny the vacation request. And per city code, we need 4/5 vote of the members is required. So recording of the ordinance, if the vacation request is approved by council, the following is required to be completed. So all of the adopted conditions have to be met, 30 days must pass, and all the costs from processing the street vacation must be paid by the petitioner. So when the ordinance is recorded, the property reverts to private ownership. Typically, it does split down the middle of the road, but not always. So you have to look at how the street was created, how was it platted, how was, what document was the street created by. So when you look at those, sometimes it splits down the middle, but there have been times when all of it went to one property owner and none of it went to the other. So this actually happened right after I started working at the city. Somebody wanted to vacate a street. They and their neighbor were constantly feuding. They went through the whole street vacation process and found out that their neighbor actually got the piece of street that they wanted vacated. They thought it was going to attach to their parcel. So now we require that everybody contact the county and look into the reversionary rights before moving forward. So that takes care of that. So once the street area reverts to private ownership, the area is added to the tax rolls, and unless exempt, the property owners begin paying taxes. So here's one example. This is in the Lloyd district of street vacation that actually benefited the public after it was vacated. So it's really nice. If you go in there more, there's benches, and it's just a really nice little plaza and walk through for the public. Here is a before and after of the St. John's. This is North Lombard Street looking west. And you can see that island and the slip lane on the right-hand side on the top. That was all vacated. And the development on the bottom happened, and the street it functions a lot better. It's not as dangerous and took care of a lot of problems. So that's it.
Any questions before we jump into this particular vacation request?
Yeah, I've got one. I was listening very intently. It was a great presentation. However, I missed the first couple sentences regarding ownership. Could you go through I've always assumed that all the streets were the public realm that were public.
Right. No. So they're actually the underlying fee owner. Like when you own a house, you own all the sticks in the bundle. We call them the bundle of
Right.
rights. You can rent it, lease it, sell it. The city doesn't buy in fee title.
Right.
So the abutting property owner actually owns that underlying fee interest in the street. And we just get an all encumbering easement. So they can't do anything with the street anymore. They don't have it, it belongs to the public now. So the public has an interest layer over that street. But if it's not needed and we vacate the public's interest in the street, then that layer of the onion is removed and the underlying fee ownership goes back to the abutting property owner from which it came. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Freaked me out for a
Yeah,
second.
no.
Christian, then someone over here too.
Not a question, but a few comments. Sat through quite a few street vacation decisions here, and some of the more interesting ones often come down to us weighing whether extinguishing the public right would alter transportation function, because that's one of the conditions. We're not supposed to be surrendering transportation function. We had one interesting debate in the Central East Side whether parking was a transportation function or not. If we could vacate something that was being used purely for parking, we did, although it was controversial. We had probably 2 years ago a fairly involved discussion about a vacation in East Portland where we were clearly not meeting the spacing standards, and we were trying to figure out if there was some way to salvage connectivity out of the vacation. And we ultimately did, I think, get a bike ped connection out of that, although it was a little bit awkward. So these look mundane, but there can be some very interesting policy discussions before we're done.
Yeah,
This
and that
side?
is something that Bob Kellett can probably elaborate more on.
Yeah, and when we discuss South Reach a little bit later in the meeting, I think we're going to talk about a street vacation that maybe gave up transportation function it shouldn't have. So we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Oriana?
Yeah, I have two questions, if I may, and both should be pretty quick. The first is, do you do any analysis on the effect of a vacation on like the value of not just the home that may benefit by taking that land on, but surrounding homes? And then in particular, do you look at that through any sort of displacement lens, or like what is the effect of a street vacation on displacement in a community?
That's a good question. No, typically in our process, we do not currently do that. The property owners have a right to do that if they feel that their property values are being affected in one way or the other by it. That is something that that can be done, but it's not something that we do as part of our process.
But it does come to the PSC, and we have that lens.
And second question is, you talked about that you notify people in the surrounding area. Are those just people who are living in homes, or do you also notify folks who are camping in the area or residing in the space in some other way?
So we notify the owners because that's what we have of record is the ownership of the property. So if it's being rented, we wouldn't know that. So we just send it to the owners.
Other questions? Okay, we'll need to move to the thing at hand because we've got about 5 minutes before our next topic.
How do I get out of this, Julie?
Hello, I'm Carl Aruda with the PBOT Right-of-Way Acquisition. Introduce yourself.
Is this on? All right. This is Kate Caron with the Bureau of Environmental Services.
Thanks.
And so this is a city-initiated street vacation initiated by K and BES. And so here is a general map showing the location. The orange lines in there are where the street vacation is being proposed, and we're showing it's in relation. It's adjacent to the Springwater Corridor and Johnson Creek, and in between 205 and 82nd Avenue there on the left. And so this street vacation is part of a BES project that Kate is managing, part of the floodplain restoration for the Johnson Creek area. And so BES has purchased a number of properties in the area surrounding the streets being proposed for vacation. And so this map, this aerial photo, shows several houses in and near these the streets being vacated, and those houses were purchased by BES, and they've actually already been removed as part of the floodplain restoration plan. That was one of their early steps in the process. So this aerial is a little bit out of date, but it gives you an idea of the location. So Lambert Street here, actually, there is a bridge around here. We'll have a photo later where Lambert Street continues onto what is now an island surrounded by Johnson Creek flowing to the north of Lambert and under Lambert there. And so the Lambert Street currently dead ends on the island. Even though it's the paper street area, going back to what Dee was talking about, shows Lambert continuing down here and then connecting to 89th Avenue, and that is only on paper because there is a creek there in between Lambert and 89th Avenue, and there is no bridge on that end of Lambert Street. So it is a paper connection only, but nevertheless that needs to be vacated. And this is another better map showing the lots in the area that BES has acquired in relation to the street vacation area. A couple of interesting things here when Dee was talking about the reversion of streets. So this little piece of 89th Avenue that BES wants to vacate, like Dee was saying, normally a street would revert down the middle. So normally sort of the presumption is that maybe the east end of 89th Avenue here might revert to this property, apartment building complex. But actually the way the land was platted and subdivided, 89th Avenue originally belonged to what is now owned by BES. And so 89th Avenue, if it's vacated, the whole piece of it will revert to BES ownership and not to the apartment building on the east side. And so that's one of those interesting things that we need to look into for reversionary issues. Another interesting condition up here is that this triangle lot up on top, if the vacation happens, it will be losing, it doesn't really have, again, this is kind of a paper street up here, it will be losing street frontage legally. And so BDS will want it to be rezoned as open space. It is not currently zoned open space. But in the interim, BDS has agreed to let BES simply place a development restriction on that lot so that it can't be developed, so that it won't, that will sort of mitigate the issue with lack of street frontage for that lot until it's rezoned. And I believe that rezoning, it's in the process.
The deed restriction process is
The deed
underway.
restriction is underway. Okay, right. Thanks. So a few photos of the area. So this is standing on Lambert Street looking east towards the island. Up on top you can see a couple photos of the existing bridge, the very old non-standard bridge there that will eventually be removed as part of the project. Down below you see BES got a permit to put a gate up there to try to limit vehicles driving onto the island. And the bottom right photo is standing on the island where the houses used to be, and you see there's a utility pole there no longer serving any houses. It's just a pole to nowhere, basically, at this point. On 89th Avenue, this is looking north, the end of 89th Avenue, where again the street continues into the grassy area. On the right, there's a fire hydrant there. Both the Fire Bureau and this apartment complex wanted to make sure that fire hydrant was staying in place for now, which it is, and so BES didn't want to move the fire hydrant and agreed. The original proposal was to vacate more of 89th Avenue, and BES agreed to not vacate so much and leave this area where the hydrant is as public right of way, so the hydrant will stay in place. And on Malden Court, the spring water corridor is to the left in these photos. Underneath Malden Court is a very large drainage pipe owned by ODOT, draining water runoff from 205, and that is staying in place. And that was one of ODOT's conditions. Malden Street, again, this is the north end of the area where the deed restriction will apply. See sort of partially paved area and then a paper street area, a good example of a paper street there on the right. This shows on this map a number of the water facilities in existence there. Where the houses used to be, there are still water pipes and water meters that BES will need to remove at Water Bureau's strong request. Down in the lower right here, again, is that hydrant that the Fire Bureau and the apartment building was concerned about, and that is staying in place. And this map is a preliminary conceptual design from BES. Just kind of show an example of what the project might look like eventually, where BES plans to reconfigure Johnson Creek in this area to create more of a floodplain. And part of PBOT's conditions for the project is to establish connectivity over the creek so that folks can go from the Springwater Corridor or 87th Avenue to the north, and somewhere, maybe over here on the east or down here on the west, somewhere across the creek, so that folks can cross for pedestrian connection or bicycle connection to get over to 89th Avenue and the neighborhood to the east. So I think Kate has emphasized that there is no design or location chosen yet. It really depends on sort of the hydrology and the excavation that they end up doing, where a good place to cross the creek will be with a pedestrian and bicycle bridge. But going forward with the project, that will be one of PBOT's conditions to figure out with the project. And then this map sort of points out that this is the West Lentz floodplain project, but it's part of a bigger overall restoration project that BES has been doing. I don't know if you want to talk more
Sure.
about this one.
Yeah, I have 2 slides about the why we're doing this street vacation. The big picture is that BES and many partners have been working for 25 years to restore habitat and reduce flood impacts along Johnson Creek. And this map shows you where this project falls in line with some of the other projects you might be familiar with, like Foster Floodplain. And
Go to the next one.
advance.
There.
And then just the project restoration goals are to enhance fish and wildlife habitat. There are salmon and steelhead in Johnson Creek, improve water quality, and reduce the impact of frequent flooding on nearby private properties, some of which are naturally occurring affordable housing. And I just threw up a 1928 blueprint so you could see what the creek used to look like, and it was probably pretty modified by then as well. But the bottom map shows what the creek looks like now. In the 1930s, the Works Progress Administration came through and straightened and rock lined a lot of Johnson Creek, stripping it of a lot of fish habitat and other habitat, and then encouraging development in the floodplain, which has led to people being at much higher flood risk, and also decrease the water quality in the creek because there's a lot more untreated runoff going into the creek. So that's why we're here.
Thank you. Is this a good time to see if there's any questions? And
Mhm.
we're 5 minutes over here, so we'll try and be quick with them. Mike.
More of a comment. I've been following the work that BS has been doing since the early 90s out there, and it's had a fabulous positive impact on both the housing and commercial in that area. And I think the Willing Seller program has been fabulous. So
Thanks.
I definitely support this effort.
Any others? Ariana?
So a quick but three-part question, which is, what are the effects potentially on that apartment building, especially from a displacement perspective? What are the potential effects on those 3 homes, it looks like, that are on Crystal Springs Boulevard? And then you mentioned the unregulated affordable housing in the area. Do you have any idea whether that housing will be able to remain affordable with this change, or what are the potential benefits and burdens?
Yes, I think the streetification itself won't have any direct impact on the apartment. There's actually a couple of apartment complexes there to the east on the map, and I guess one of the issues was to make sure that the streetification was reduced on 89th Avenue so that the hydrants would stay in place and not impact the apartment buildings. And so, as it is right now, those apartments won't really see any impact from the streetification itself. Whether the floodplain project would impact them, I don't know if Kate might know or not.
Oriana, you want to follow up?
Yeah, follow up. I think I'm less concerned about the impact on infrastructure, but more whether like there is a chance that these folks might be displaced from this apartment building as a result of having what is potentially more desirable open space and development in the community. I don't know or not. I'm just curious whether that's something that you've considered, or whether you did any canvassing of the apartment residents to see maybe how they can benefit from this project.
Yeah, thank you so much for asking these thoughtful questions. We're in the very early stages of planning the floodplain project, and so we've done about 6 months of outreach and sort of just in the early stages. And I have talked to most of the adjacent owners and some of the nearby residents, and have tabled at events like community events like Lents Fair, and are working with community-based organizations that work really right in this neighborhood to try and get at that. It's very important to us, and it is something on our minds. But pretty much everyone is excited about something happening in this area because it's been the city's been purchasing single-family properties for 20 years in this area. There were 5 homes that were constructed over 20 years. There's been quite a bit of illegal, a lot of criminal activity, and the idea is that this project would introduce much more positive uses and make it a place that people are proud of. Yeah, so I think that the project will also reduce flooding in some of the most vulnerable apartment complexes, and people who rent generally don't have very good protections when their property does flood. Most people don't have contents flood insurance, and so I think it could decrease their vulnerability in the long term.
Thank you. Steph.
Sorry, one more.
Yeah.
Quickly. Related to the criminalization part, I see in the purpose and through the proposal facilitating restoration of the Johnson Creek. I do not see any, and I'm smuggling a desire. My desire is that for future proposals, unless there is a statement of how an implementation, quantifying the issue related to crime, and identifying the proposal for implementing crime reduction so that we can have that conversation, I would love that for that to be removed from the purpose statement. And my reason is because if we state something and we do not explicitly state how that would what the problem is and how that would be implemented, I'm concerned that we might end up going down a path of further criminalizing poverty. And I know that wasn't your intent, but that was my concern reading the purpose statement. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. I would entertain a motion if someone would like to provide one.
Yeah, I'd move that we accept the staff report and recommend the street vacation
Thank you. A
as
second.
proposed.
Second.
Okay. Should we call a vote? Discussion. Sorry. Kat.
Is this not a hearing?
I
I
think
believe it's a hearing, which means we
Okay.
need to get to take testimony for anybody who's here that would like to
Okay.
before we have motions
Thank you.
and deliberation.
Would anyone like to provide testimony? Hearing none testimony. Testimony is closed. And let's do those motions one more time.
I move that we recommend the street vacation as proposed.
Thank you.
Even better, I'm going to second it again.
Fantastic. And then let's call a roll.
Okay, Backrack.
Sorry. Now we get discussion. Are there any discussion? We're just practicing, guys. Sorry.
I'll be brief since I know we're over time. I think in general, as these street vacations come to us, I'd like to see a little more analysis from bureaus or perhaps some engagement from the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, who I didn't see on this list of bureaus who were consulted, to look at that displacement issue that comes up potentially here. That's something that is within our purview, but I think if we don't have the information to understand how a home value may be affected by a street vacation or how these changes may benefit a community, which it sounds like this one certainly does, but may also create burdens. I'm less comfortable voting on future street vacations without that information. And I think to Steph's point, having more specification about when we talk about crime, exactly what we mean and who is being potentially burdened or benefited through that. I think the more specificity we have in terms of how people are impacted in this process, I think is very important.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll restate the motion is to approve this street vacation for city council approval, recommending city council approval. And I think I'm now ready to take a vote.
Okay. Backrack,
Yes.
Bortolotto,
Yes.
Hauk, Larcel,
Yes.
Magnera,
Yes.
Rouse,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Smith, Spivak.
Yes. All in favor? 100%. So this passes. Thank you very much, staff.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll bring on up the Southwest Corridor team.
I actually have one clarifying statement for Ariana, who asked about the property values.
Can we perhaps do this outside of meeting with a little
Sure.
memo back?
I thought she'd want it on the record. I'll grab you after. Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. I would love to have it, except we're 10 minutes out on a half-hour presentation. Thanks.
Does this mic work? Yes.
This is our packet for this presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Engstrom with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. With me is Dave Unsworth with TriMet and Teresa Boyle of the Portland Bureau of Transportation. And we're here to talk about the recently released conceptual design report for the Southwest Corridor Light Rail. And this is a short briefing, and we're running behind, so I would encourage folks to hold questions until we get through the presentation, and then we can address them. And so I think I'm turning it over to you next.
Turning it to me, yeah. Thank you. So the conceptual design report is something that we have done for all of the prior light rail projects at the place where we are. We're really in concept design. Our engineering plans are at about 5%. The idea of the report is that it gives people who do not want to translate everything that they know through engineering plans some idea of what the project is, its visions, its goals, and what some of the urban design elements will be. So it's been a while since we talked to you. We were last here in the summer of 2018 when the draft environmental impact statement was released. This is a informational briefing. There isn't a formal action to be taken. We are in the process of completing the environmental evaluation, and we expect that will be released sometime late summer. The next very large milestone for this particular project is Metro's regional funding measure, which will be on the ballot. That's part of the funding strategy for the project.
And this is my slide. Thank you. For those of you who have been with the Commission a while, you may recall that your last engagement in 2018, you wrote 3 letters related to the project. One was a letter to the FTA providing comments on the draft environmental impact statement at the time. You also were briefed and provided a letter of support for the housing strategy that Council adopted in the fall of 2018 for the Southwest Corridor. And then you also wrote a letter to Council that year with comments on what was called the LPA, or the locally preferred alternative. And the LPA was what established the alignment and the mode of the project, and you provided comments to Council on that. bringing all those different opportunities for comments together, the key concerns that you identified in 2018, many were related to housing goals and accomplishing anti-displacement and tenant protection measures in the corridor with the project. You also provided comments around the details of what was then an MOU in progress, which has since been finalized with TriMet about how we dispose of excess land at the end of the project and providing a pipeline that can move some of that land into housing, affordable housing work. Some comments were about land use and placemaking, making sure that as we design the alignment of the project, that it was going to serve the intended land uses that were in the new comprehensive plan that you had just finished adopting a few years before. A number of comments were about active transportation and the interest in, particularly around bike infrastructure and making sure there was a complete bike network on the corridor in conjunction with the project. At the time, the town center, we had not yet started what we're now doing with actually doing a land use plan for the town center, but the alignment of the town center was still to be determined. There were a couple options, and you weighed in on those options. You also provided strong support for the Ross Line bridgehead being done in conjunction with the project, which it still is being done. There was also concern that the viaducts the replacement of viaducts on Barber in the Woods section were incorporated and included within the project. At that time, there was some question about whether they would be in or out of the project, and that was partly related to active transportation and the desire to get improvements to the bicycle connectivity through that area. And then finally, there were comments about the amount and where park and rides would be in the project. So I just wanted to provide that context for you all as you talk about this next stage, what you had been talking about prior.
So my job is to take you through a quick video. Let's see if this works here today. Good, it's working. The CDR, the Conceptual Design Report, is really to provide people a basis of where we are today with this project. So this project starts at Portland State. It heads south. This is our first station at Gibbs Street, connection down to the Darlene Hooley Bridge in the south waterfront, connection up to the 19,000 people who want to go up to OHSU every day. There's different choices for that. Our next station is here in Hamilton, and clearly we are following ODOT's right-of-way, which is Barber Boulevard here. You can see a picture of the two viaducts that are going to get replaced. We just passed where buses were going to come on the trackway. We call it our shared transit way. Our next station here is near Fred Meyer's, or as we call it, the Custer Drive station. Site for potentially affordable housing as we look at it. Next station is at 19th with a great connection over across the freeway and to serve this area and connections to Multnomah and other locations. We're in the middle of Barber Boulevard through here, rebuilding the whole right-of-way. Our next station here at 30th Avenue, and the coming up here is the Barber Transit Center, which the city and the West Town Center sees rebuilding this in a different way than it is today. We go up and over Barber, up and over I-5, and connect to a station at 53rd. Up in the hillside is PCC, Sylvania campus. A connection on 53rd Avenue is seen as very important for students trying to get up there. We are now outside the city of Portland, heading to Tigard, our park and ride at 68th Station. We turn south across Red Rock Creek into the Triangle area. They see this a very big redevelopment area, crossed Elmer Station. Then we go across 217 near Kenez Wetland, and we go into downtown Tigard with a haul station. We have an operating and maintenance facility here. Boy, this goes faster than I thought. We head south here. We go to a Bonita Road station up and over the trackway here. This is Impact Trust area, a large land developer. A lot of jobs down here, family wage jobs. Making that connection is really important. You see Upper Boones Road station, and then finally here at the end at the Bridgeport Transit Center, we have a lot of connections through here with a large park and ride on the end of that. So that's a quick run through. Let me get you a little bit more detail in here and why and our thought process here. 400,000 people are moving to our region. We as government can't say don't move here. They're moving here, so we've got to figure out how we connect the dots, how we get people from A to B, how we get people to these jobs. And part of the answer that this region has said, it's not highways, it's transit, and it's making those other connections. So it's the movement and connecting of people. It's a restoring and addressing environment. I think we've done that very well in the Orange Line. It's creating equitable communities. We'll talk about more about how we're doing that, how we're looking at transit differently here and designing for the future. Well, let's talk about equity.
Like, as I mentioned before, affordable housing and anti-displacement measures have been a primary concern with this project all along. And the project team has been trying to address that concern and do this project differently than maybe we have in the past. In 2016 and through 2018, Metro awarded some grants to cities of Tigard and Portland to develop an equitable housing strategy for the corridor, and that was brought to the two city councils in 2018. Metro also developed the Southwest Corridor Equitable Development Strategy, or SWEDS, which incorporated those housing goals, but also the city adopted housing goals, but also added additional strategies for community development and economic development in the corridor. In 2019, Metro and the participating cities funded the creation of the Southwest Equity Coalition, which includes principal nonprofit and advocacy organizations working on this issue. And this gives us a mechanism for both continuing to work with the community as we implement the strategy, but also helps with accountability to have the community groups with us in the implementation. As a whole, the affordable housing strategy has a target of developing or acquiring 850 homes, and that's both for Portland and Tigard, and a stretch goal of 2,300. The goal is to build one building at each station and to acquire 10 unregulated buildings as an anti-displacement strategy. Within Portland, that goal translates to 150 to 200 units acquired, converted, and up to 150 units through our inclusionary housing program that would be private sector provided but regulated. As you know, the regional bond measure for housing passed in 2018, which is helpful towards growing the pie for affordable housing work throughout the region and hopefully some in this corridor. And as I mentioned also, the cities have reached a memorandum of understanding with TriMet to govern the disposition of excess properties. We're continuing to work closely with the Portland Housing Bureau, who is the lead implementer on the housing work in Portland, along with Prosper Portland, which is the city's lead economic development agency, to implement the SWEDS plan. The financial strategy to fund our local share of the light rail will be discussed at council in the upcoming months, and we've made a conscious effort to include the housing and the economic development actions as integral to that strategy of how we're paying for the light rail.
And there's a handout that I provided. I think I would say that TriMet gets it. We are not a housing provider, but we are part of the solution to this crisis that we have right now. TriMet on its own, working not on its own, you don't do anything in this community on your own. We have about 525 units of affordable housing on property that TriMet owns. Part of that is teaming with Reach Community Development, the Housing Bureau, Prosper. One of those is Renaissance Commons and up on Interstate. Two are repurposed park and ride lots where we're actually putting affordable housing in at stations ourselves. So I think we get that, and I think this is the promise that we get it, and we'll keep doing that on this project as we work to develop this. So wanted to say it's just not just the light rail and the housing. It's more than that. It's amount of infrastructure they're doing: sidewalks, 6 miles of bike lanes, the shared transit way where we're providing faster travel time for line 44 and 56 that come in that share the same trackway as the train does, and about 2,000 park and ride lots, or spaces, I should say. This is not what you would call a great corridor. This is what ODOT has owned this corridor, and you can see that you don't have sidewalks here. It's difficult to ride a bike through here. There's not very safe crossings here. I think the idea is we can do a lot better with this project. So it's not a light rail project. It's really thinking about a civic corridor and rebuilding a street. And this is a station. You can see the infrastructure that's associated with this proposed station. And then in the rest of the alignment, you can see where sidewalks are, race protected bike lanes, planter strips, auto trips, cars, and the same on the other side. So it's a different thinking of how this street would function in the future as it does today. We see people getting to our stations by walking and bicycling, and you can see the coverage area here for how far people can get if they ride a bike through here, and obviously all of our stations will have that infrastructure. How people can walk. We'll have a verbose transit network that feeds into that, and again, some of the park and ride options that were there for more suburban areas where our transit network isn't as big. Thinking about that civic corridor, this is the street, 2 pictures. The one above is where safe crossings can happen today. Secondly, on the bottom is where those safe crossings, either through traffic signals and enhanced pedestrian crossing, will happen in the future. We think it will be a much safer street by the time we're done with the infrastructure that goes on here. From a bike facility, we have raised protected bike lanes in the green. We have shared streets in Tigard, and we have buffered bike lanes in some portions of it. We've learned, and I think we're building on what we did on the Orange Line with including that infrastructure along with the infrastructure that's getting built for transit. Park and rides, you can see where these are. We've got a proposed reduction in park and ride trips at the Barber Transit Center, at 53rd, 68th and Tigard, Hall Boulevard, and a large park and ride potentially at Bridgeport. Mostly, what we've heard from the city is minimize the amount of park and ride that's in the city of Portland, and we're trying to balance that with ridership and demands that we hear from the public. Really, two sides of the voices that we've heard: put more out there, put less out there, and we're trying to find a balance. We started out with about 4,200 parking spaces. We're down to about 2,000 now. It's not just those, it's about these mobility hubs. How are other ways that you can get to stations, e-scooters, AV shuttles? So it's thinking about our stations as places in different ways and how people get to those. And I think you'll see more of that as we move forward. These are the station access projects. So the Southwest Corridor project is bigger than just the transit. And this is the idea that we're clearing in our environmental impact statement other connections that could be forwarded if we have additional federal funds, if we go after additional grants. So these are some of the other connections. One thing we know about Southwest Corridor, in this area particularly, it's one of the least sidewalked areas in the city of Portland, just because of the topography and some of the issues with it. And it's very expensive connections to make, given once you start touching a curb, you're dealing with all the drainage that goes with it. Markham Hill, a really important connection. The connection down to the south waterfront. OHSU continue to have 6 million square feet on the hill. They'll have more going through there. As I mentioned before, 18 to 19,000 people want to traverse up there every day. The lesson we've learned here is don't put your critical care facility on the top of a hill on a 2-lane road that goes up there. Probably not a good idea. So the connections through here, either an inclined elevator or a bridge and elevator, are things that we've been looking at, trying to balance through the very numerous federal regulations. We know that we have environmental zones here. We know we have design corridor through here. So we're trying to get that right, and been engaged with Parks and our federal partners and the SHPO on trying to make sure that we pick the right choice for this location. We'll tell you that the viaducts here, so we initially didn't have the viaducts in the project. We looked to avoid those. We've come back in and said, if you're going through here, let's fix it. That's a lot of cost to the project, and this is what the section looks like. So you have, today, if you're out there, it's not a very safe place to ride a bike, not a very friendly place to walk across. We think it'll be much better when we're done with this, and this is the example of the section below. It's not just about that. We're treating about 70 acres of stormwater. Most of the water that falls, all the water today almost, that falls on Barber Boulevard goes into Fano Creek, goes into Ash Creek, goes into Stephen Creek, untreated for both quality and quantity. We will fix that with this project. And I'm going to hand it back over to Teresa.
So the project team's been quite busy sharing the concepts in the conceptual design report. This is some of the early feedback that we've gotten both through online surveys and comments on the stations themselves. I believe the question asked is, how well does this facility, whether it be a station or the type of bridge connector, et cetera, how well does that serve you? The blue is it serves me well, the red is not well, and the green is the don't know. TriMet will have completed about 50 briefings between open houses, advisory committees, neighborhood meetings, one-on-one meetings, et cetera, by the time we finish this process of gathering feedback. There we go. So what's coming up? We'll be continuing with the commissions here at the city over the next couple of weeks. On April 1st, we will be bringing the conceptual design report to City Council for their acceptance. It's an opportunity for the council to reflect on the project as it stands now. In early May, we will be having a City Council work session that is specifically an opportunity for the council to talk about our strategy, the city's strategy for providing our share of the local match for the project, along with the regional funding measure. There's some information that we want to share then. So that's the morning of the 5th. And then later in May, council needs to make commitments around the huge basket of projects that would be part of the regional funding measure and our commitment to delivering them if funds became available. And then in the fall is Eric's West Portland Town Center. And let me see if I have more. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. Here's a bar chart of the timeline. We will be going from approximately 5% to 30% plans here by the fall. We will hold at that point until the vote on the regional funding measure is taken. If that passes, we will begin to move forward into 60% design. And you can see that timeline, that's really where we focus on our regulatory and land use pieces for this project, especially the ones for the city and those that come to Design Commission. If I'll stay on this trajectory, we could be looking at construction in 2023. That requires a whole bunch of things to fall into place, not the least of which is funding. So very briefly, PBOT is very excited to be carrying forward with the concept of transforming that last part of NATO Parkway into the best ever part of NATO. We've had good NATO and better NATO, but I think this actually will be best ever. So we're looking at Main Street concepts for NATO from Barber Boulevard up to Harrison, and reorganizing the regional flow of traffic so it stays along the perimeter of the neighborhood using Kelly and direct accessing on and off the Ross Island Bridge. This project is also in the regional funding measure, and so if that funding measure passes, then PBOT would take it from a concept into a full-on plan. We absolutely owe you a briefing on that. I'll hold till you got your picture. Okay, good. So we will be back with that if we are successful in getting funding, or if you have some time later this summer, we'd be happy to come talk about it. It's a project that's been a long time coming and very dear to all our hearts.
I'll just mention briefly, this slide is an image zooming in on the Barber Transit Center, which is part of the West Portland Town Center planning effort, which is underway. As Teresa mentioned, a full land use plan proposal for the town center will be coming back to you later this year, probably in the fall, early fall. Right now, what could happen is a park and ride station, but what we're working with all the project partners to do is to try and take this opportunity to catalyze the town center with a mixed-use development on the transit center, which still may include some parking, but also commercial and affordable housing uses on the site. And the image to the right is a conceptual site layout that's been worked through with project partners and community participating in a number of workshops. And so the site is a ODOT owned with TriMet lease, I believe, and so we're working also through sort of the land ownership and the whole process of how would we move it from essentially a highway and parking use to a affordable housing use and a mixed use.
I think our last slide is lets people know where and how you can get online. So we have an online survey going. We're collecting information today and through the end of March. And it also has the conceptual design report on there. So you can download it, you play at home. It's pretty full and a pretty rich description of what the project is today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I think you're not going to be able to get by without a few questions here. So we'll do that, but we'll try to be pretty quick about it. Questions? Ben, and then Chris.
I wonder if you could give us a very, very brief outline of the MOU, the disposition of excess property, just the key points.
Yeah, very clearly. When we buy property, we have staging and we have some property that may be left over. The idea is those will be located near stations. We will look at the City of Portland and Tigard to repurpose those as affordable housing. We will look to write down the value to the degree that we can from the federal rules. And the intent is to encourage affordable housing up to 950 units along the corridor at or near our stations on property that TriMet owns. We'll look at doing that through leasing, joint development, or disposition of the full property.
Okay. Chris?
So a couple of thoughts about this commission's connection with the project. One is we have a task force that was appointed by the chair to track this project, I think primarily to make sure that the housing equity issues got carried through. Right now, that consists of Ben and I. The other members have left the commission, so and that task force has not met in a while, so maybe we should either retire it or reinvigorate it. I'm not sure which, but something to think about. The other is that I am your liaison to the West Portland Town Center planning process, and we just had an open house with that project last week. Some interesting issues in that area. Lots of opportunity at the transit centers was highlighted, but there is a significant West African population and one of the oldest mosques in the city in that area, and big concern about not displacing them. There are strikingly different equity outcomes for the population south of the transit center versus the population north of the transit center, and what can we do about addressing that, and real challenges for how we connect the community across Barber Boulevard and Capitol. That whole intersection is frankly terrible. I ride to those meetings on my bicycle. I go up Barber. I take my life in my hands when I go over those two viaducts and hold my breath until I get across. Certainly this will be a big improvement. One question that nobody asked our opinion on was whether, as Barber's reconstructed, you'd actually widen the right-of-way to maintain 2 auto lanes in each direction, or skinny it down to 1 lane in each direction. The steering committee went ahead with the 2 lanes for several $100 million difference in cost, I believe. I might have preferred a different choice there. And then one question. I got a press inquiry a couple of weeks ago about the reduction in parking, which came with a reduction in the ridership estimate. I told the press person that I supported the reduction in parking, which didn't get printed. But I'm curious about why that resulted in a decrease in ridership, since presumably reducing parking leaves more opportunity for housing, and generally a parking space is going to generate 1 round trip on rail for a commuter, whereas a housing unit can generate trips for multiple household members and perhaps multiple trips per day for a given household member. Why didn't the ridership estimate go up with the reduction in parking?
We don't change land use assumptions between the two. So basically, per federal law, we're required to hold a no build and the build the same scenario. So one could assume that could occur. So one of the things that we have done is we're not looking at structured parking, so it doesn't tie you into that. It allows you to think maybe further down the road that you're land banking. So not unlike we've done on the Green Line, where we've taken our Fuller Park and Ride lot and we've cut it in half and building affordable housing units there and leaving some for parking. So the technical answer is we can't, given federal law, do different assumptions for that. The reason the numbers have gone down is we decrease the number of park and ride lots, spaces, and that equates to ridership.
And the federal rules don't allow you to take credit for the anticipated result of your land use work, essentially.
They want no rosy colored glasses in their forecast.
Terrific planning.
Yeah, that goes to one question I had, which is maybe just a suggestion. I love the video navigation we did, but it does make it look like many of the stops are just park and ride. That's all there is around it. And I'm assuming that there's actually zoned capacity for buildings there as well. So if there's it would make it look a little more urban if you actually showed the buildings that could be constructed around those sites, so it doesn't just look like big parking area at every stop. Any other, Oriana?
I'm curious whether there have been any conversations about energy infrastructure associated with electric vehicle charging or potentially solar as part of this.
So if you look at our Park Avenue Park and Ride down in, and I encourage you all to go there, it's a great example of how we've done a whole bunch of greening at once at Park Avenue in Milwaukee. The amount of stormwater that we're treating on that site that's coming from roadway and other locations. The solar voltaic that's included in there basically makes it a net neutral facility. So basically we get enough to power the facility. And we also have charging stations on there. So we expect that as the transition of the fleet goes from gasoline powered to electric, we'll see more of that. One of the things that we actually have learned, though, is it's cheaper for someone to power the car at night at home. The rates are less, and we're not seeing as many people utilizing the charging machines because they've just driven from home to that park and ride. So it's a little bit of a conundrum, like, oh, we've put the facilities in there aren't being as used. And when we talk to people, it's like, no, it's a lot cheaper for me to charge it at home than during the daytime. So a lesson learned. We're still trying to learn on that, but the idea is that this will be green infrastructure when we look at it.
So the other piece of the answer I have with that has really to do with the mobility hubs. We are trying to, we're beginning a scoping process to figure out how much space at station areas should we be holding, whether it be for charging stations or bicycle storage or pickup drop off. And we're just starting to scope that. So we will have more information on that as the project progresses for sure.
BPS, I would add, also has a project moving forward in 2020 and 21 to address whether we should change regulatory requirements for new parking that's built and whether it should be EV ready. And so you'll be hearing presentations on that in the next year.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, quick
Brianna,
follow up. What about on the resiliency side? Are there conversations about building in like battery storage at some of these sites, or especially thinking about the amount of elevated transit that would be associated with reaching OHSU from the Markham Hospital? It seems like in a situation in which we don't have electricity, that really reduces the ability to reach OHSU, and that's already a problem. Yeah, talk to me a little bit about the resiliency piece.
Well, I think we use regenerative braking for our trains. We've done that in Milwaukee. We'll look at that again. So there's the kind of layers of the onion. We're at the point where we pick the alignment, we pick the station. This is our first blush at trying to color out the rest of the project. And I think that's the next layer to figure out how we do more with our energy, how we think about battery, how we capture some of the regenerative energy that's coming from the transit vehicles itself.
Okay. I will ask maybe if Chris or Ben could do a little thinking, maybe an officers meeting to decide whether we want to refresh that task force ahead of the next time this comes to the PSC. So maybe that's an officers meeting agenda item. Thank you very much for coming to visit us.
Yeah.
We'll see you again.
For your time.
Next up, we'll have the Eric and Nan for the expanding opportunities for affordable housing. And while they're coming up, I guess Eric's already here. Disclosure statements. I will share that I have been in some contact with one of the congregations that is addressed in this code update. So I'll be passing the mic to Steph for that portion of the meeting. Any other disclosures to share?
I've also had contact and have done some advocacy work with one of the congregations that's building housing.
Okay.
And similarly, I have a contact with one of the churches asking us for a zone change in PLA.
Okay, so perhaps as we get to these items, if you mentioned, Oriana is on the one, I've been in contact with Trinity Lutheran, so I'm not going to vote on that one. Is there one that you'd like to exclude yourself from?
I don't think Portsmouth Union was part of the package here, but that's the church or the faith institution that I've been connected to. So anything coming up there, I should probably.
Is that a zoning code change in this package?
They're benefiting from the overall zoning package, but they're not individually receiving a zone change or any individual treatment here.
So I think typically you'd be fine to participate in that, the whole discussion. Yeah. All right. Bring it to us, please.
Thank you, Eli. Once again, for those of you who are just joining us, my name is Eric Engstrom with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. And with me is Nan Stark, who was the project lead for this. You may recall that we have already had a hearing on this topic a few weeks ago, and so we're coming back today to walk you through the various amendments and hopefully get a final vote on this. You should have received a packet. Did that get handed out?
Yeah.
With essentially an outline of the decisions we have to make today that are numbered in outline format. So we'll use that as a guide to get us through it all. Before we jump into that, I want to have Nan just remind us a few things with a few slides.
So just to remind you about the project, this is a Metro-funded grant to look at barriers to affordable housing development by faith and community-based organizations. We are at the stage where you're ready to make a decision today. We had the hearing 4 weeks ago, and we will be then publishing a recommended draft next month and looking to being at City Council on May 14th. And then all of the code changes should be effective by the end of June. And then I just wanted to very briefly remind you of what the code changes are. So it's really about a couple of things. One is exemptions to the conditional use review for developing housing on conditional use sites, for changing conditional use site boundary, and redeveloping a portion of the parking area. We have it set at up to 50% of that for the development of housing if it's near frequent transit. And also an exemption to allow an increase of floor area for up to 2,000 square feet for any type of development on a conditional use site. And then as well, the maximum type of review for developing housing would be a type 2, so that's ratcheting it down from what's now a type 3 review, which would require a public hearing and a decision by a hearings officer. At this point, we have 21 map amendments that are proposed. So 10 of those came out of the discussion draft before the testimony period, and then we got requests from an additional 11 properties to change the zoning. We received 131 pieces of testimony. Of that, 33 were oral testimony here at the hearing 4 weeks ago, and most of the rest came through on the MAP app. I tagged those so you can see that the biggest points raised were about barriers and about zoning. Quite a few people did comment about parking and whether that should remain at 50% maximum for redevelopment or to go higher than that. There were also issues raised about displacement, gentrification, generational wealth, the housing emergency, housing crisis. And then we also received requests for the 11 map changes and about 10 more pieces of testimony supporting those changes. I will say that 100% of the testimony was in support of the code changes and the map changes. And then this is just how the testimony breaks out. I'm not going to go into detail, but this shows the 11 map requests, and we can look at those individually if you want to take that time.
We'll hit that when we go through the amendment requests.
Thanks.
And then I just want to review what the criteria are, because this will be helpful for you in your discussion if you do need to talk more about the map requests. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of criteria. And then the individual map requests. And before we get started into the amendments, I also just wanted to let you know that we have representatives from Bureau of Development Services here today. If you do have questions for them, they might be able to help with that as well.
All right, so now we're going to turn to the decision-making guide that we handed out, starting with number 1, which is the mapping decisions. The first 1A is a list of all but one of the original requests that were included in our initial recommendation. And so I'm really just breaking out Trinity Lutheran as item B there because I believe one of you wanted to have the option of not voting on that one, if that was Commissioner Spivak. So the first question would be whether there are any other items on the list under A that you want to break out and discuss individually, or is everyone okay supporting the initial staff recommendation on the mapping?
I'm not seeing any requests to pull from consent. So shall we just vote on that right now and then move on? Okay, all in favor of items 1 through 9, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes. And I will pass the baton to
So
staff.
then moving to item B to consider Trinity Lutheran individually, and this one Commissioner Spivak, I guess, is abstaining or not
So
voting.
it's me. Is there, since this is off consent, is there a motion or any questions before we go to motion? Okay, would someone entertain a motion?
I will move that we include Trinity Lutheran.
Second. Any discussion? Okay. We
Okay.
do this as consent. Can we
So
just
turning the page to C.
hold on? We didn't.
Oh,
We should probably vote.
okay.
Right. Can we?
All those in favor?
All those in favor? Can we just do an aye? Any opposed?
I'm abstaining. Good.
Okay, turning the page to C, this is a subtraction recommended by staff. The Hacienda site was originally included because it was anticipated to be in the control of a community organization, but that sale fell through and it is not, and so we're recommending that you remove that from the package.
Someone like to make that motion? Second? Discussion? Discussion. Okay, then let's vote on that. Oh,
I
discussion
forgot
from Mariana.
Hacienda wasn't here, so I should recuse myself from this piece, just given my organization's relationship with Hacienda.
Thank you. Let's take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining. I think we got Brianna. Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to the additions that came from testimony. Under D is a list of, that last should say 9, not 19. That's a typo. 9 items, and we've essentially broken out Mount Scott and the Clay properties separately because those either have a commissioner who would like to not participate in that vote, or in the case of the Clay, some further discussion necessary. So are there any other items? Essentially, the motion here would be to add these that came through testimony to the package. We do have, as Nan said earlier, we have maps of any of these if anyone wants to look at the maps, if you have questions of them, but staff supports all of these 9, so we're willing to just have this as a one vote unless you want to break it out.
I have a question. Have we seen these maps before?
I
couldn't
can
find them in my
briefly
materials,
run
but we
through
have-
them if you want.
These were all based on testimony, so you didn't see them.
I don't think I've seen these. I
I-
saw the first batch that was.
I
part
can
of the
run through
proposal.
them
If
briefly
you could just
just
do
so
a
you have- yeah.
quick run through, I'd appreciate so I know what I'm voting on.
Right. So the first one at North
Right.
Sumner Street is the Emmanuel Temple. This is right near Killingsworth and I-5. The request here is to go to a mixed-use designation. This is we're skipping around a little bit because it wasn't quite in the same order, but this is the Mount Scott Church of God, which is item E down at the bottom of the page. This is the base of Mount Scott, just south of the Foster floodplain area. This is the Habitat for Humanity site, which is number 9. This is south of I-5 at 26th Avenue, and I would just note that this is a few blocks away from a potential future light rail stop from our last briefing that you just saw. This request is to actually just go to R5. It would be a Habitat project. This is the Robeson Jewish Home, which is on southwest boundary, south of Beaverton Hillsdale Highway. It's sort of near the western city boundary. This request is to go to R2, or essentially under the new scheme, RM1. The Williams and Russell site, this is, as it says, between Williams and Vancouver at Russell. This request is to take it out of the institutional, essentially medical campus designation and put it back to mixed use. This is a site that's had a community discussion about it moving out of the custody of the hospital, so to speak. This is Grace Memorial, which is number 2 on the list. This is a full block between Weidler and Halsey at 16th.
Is this one meeting the criteria of going to a budding zone?
Essentially, because it's surrounded. The north and the east side are central city zones, so they're very dense.
Okay.
This is the Clay residence, which we wanted to have a follow-up discussion on. This is just east of the Going Street exit from I-5, where Albina and Mississippi merge together. The Evergreen Community, aka the Tillamook Preschool, this is near Sandy and 33rd. And I would note that the parcel to the north was rezoned with the Better Housing by Design project. And so this is being consistent, just carrying that forward one further site to the south to incorporate a church-owned property there that is actually not in church use, I believe, right now. This is the Mount Tabor Presbyterian at 54th and Belmont. Essentially, it's an additional half block north of what's already zoned R2, or also known as RM1 under the new scheme. Chinese Christian at Foster and 74th. This is not so much an upzone as just moving it from one mixed-use zone to the other because of some advantages it has in the development standards for the particular proposal that's going forward here. St. Andrews, this is on Southwest Sunset, a little bit north of, or off of Dosh Road. And this is from R10 to R2 or RM1. Those were the new sites.
Thank you very much. So I guess for items 1 through 9, would anyone like to pull one of those off the consent list? Okay, then
I'll move inclusion of all items in consent list D.
thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, 1 through 9 passes. Would anyone like to make a motion with respect to E, the Mount Scott COG site?
I'll move inclusion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mike. All in favor of that one, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Julie, I'm abstaining.
Okay, and Jeff noting he's abstaining on that one. There was also a note of the Clay property. This is the one owned by a private individual where it came to us. And I wanted to see if there's questions on that or a motion on that or not.
And from the staff, I would just say that we did encourage at the end of the hearing, I think you encouraged additional testimony on that, and you did receive a couple additional letters. Nan, do you want to
Yeah, I
talk
did
about that?
forward those to you.
Okay. I'm not hearing a motion on that.
I'll make a
wanna-
motion.
Want to make a,
May I? For inclusion of the Clay property, and I can wait for my reasoning until discussion.
And I'll second it.
okay, so let's have discussion.
May I?
Yeah.
So I've been thinking about this a lot, and related. One of the criteria that that we have is a pathway for providing community benefits, and I think that we often use a community-based organization, a nonprofit, as a proxy for for-purpose organization. I think in this case, especially as we've heard testimony, I think that we've seen pretty clearly, at least it has become clear to me that particularly when we are looking at mitigating a decimation of generational wealth through displacement in Black communities that we are seeing, and that this property owner, through these developments, offers below market rate rentals that, as Miso's testimony suggests, only 8% of Portland's housing market provides at this moment, and that it seems to me it is a for-purpose property, and so I think while originally it was supposed to be a community-based organization, I would advocate that this is a for-purpose property use, and that while I recognize that because it is owned by an individual, that it might be potentially a scope creep, I think that this property sits well within the spirit of the criteria, if not the letter.
Discussion. Yeah, thanks, Ben.
I agree with what you're saying in general, and I don't really question the authenticity and the goodwill of the applicant that makes this request. However, I would argue that it's our responsibility to be clear and consistent in what the scope is. So clearly, this is outside, and I think it kind of sends the wrong message in how we carry on our proceedings if we include this. Again, I totally understand from a personal standpoint that there is goodwill to do this, and I would say yes, it meets some of the criteria, but it doesn't meet them all, and it kind of seems to open the process to a Pandora's box here. I would favor, perhaps as an answer to that, looking into ways that we can open this up to others in the future.
Other discussion?
Yeah. Okay. I'm pushing on it. Can I use yours?
You're on.
Oh, I'm on. Okay, excellent. So I understand, Ben, what you're saying, and I kind of struggled back and forth, but I don't think this is really setting any kind of precedent. And I just can't help but think of Andre Ba, and how devoted, he was a member of this commission till not so long ago, and how devoted he was to this neighborhood, and how, I kind of think that this would be the kind of thing that he would support. And so I would like to support it too. I think Ben makes a good point, but every once in a while you need to be inconsistent.
I guess I'll share a thought I have on it. I'm also torn on it. I feel like the PSC is more of a policy body, and this feels more like an exception that City Council might consider. For our consistency, it seems strange as a private individual to have a sort of a selective code change for a private individual in a project that was not queued up for that. I think it would be a strange precedent for the PSC to make. And I think there is a way for us, if we did not approve this, then we could be consistent as a policymaking body that we're not looking for that kind of proposals coming to us from testimony going forward. And City Council, as they often do, they make all sorts of decisions based on political unique situations, things like that, and that the petitioner for this could certainly renew the request at the next bite at the apple on this project. Oriana?
I'm having a similarly difficult time on this one because I think there are some really valid reasons to include this property, in particular that point about a community not always being represented well or specifically by community-based organizations. But I do find the arguments about the scope to be compelling here, and in particular because this is a single property in a neighborhood that has been historically decimated by our land use policies and by redlining. And this one property, there are many others that may be needed. So I'm almost more in favor of registering in our letter this discussion and encouraging council potentially to make this decision so that, to Eli's point, we preserve kind of what this body is intended to do. And perhaps also in our letter encourage some further exploration of whether there are other properties in the neighborhood that should be addressed in a similar manner, other landowners who might be wanting to develop affordable housing that helps preserve the Black community in the neighborhood. But I feel a little uncomfortable allowing this single exemption because there's a certain amount of power and privilege associated with being able to come to this body and ask for that, and to not shut out the opportunity for others. Use this as kind of a catalyst to have a bigger conversation.
Mike?
Yeah, I agree with Ben's recommendation that as a policy matter, we urge a consideration for how to develop criteria in the broader sense in this particular, so I would be opposed to this specific exemption.
Steph?
Well, maybe, so if a question to staff, if this were to be removed as a proposal, and I would love to see us at the very least stating strongly that while we as a body may not feel comfortable offering this one exemption, that City Council deeply consider it. What would, because I know, if I may, like your tenure, Nan, is coming to a close, what might next steps look like to continuing the trajectory of looking at a different scope in the community going forward?
I have a couple things. to say. First is, it wasn't real obvious, but we did mention it, that in the first group that went through the discussion draft, there are two instances of non-community owned properties. One of those is a non-conforming multi-unit building across the street from Unity Church. And that was in the R5 zone, and we just put it into the same multi-dwelling zone just to correct that. So that was consistent with rectifying non-conforming situations. There's another one on Vancouver, north of the Zion AME site, where we also changed the zoning on 3 individual owned properties to be consistent with that block. They are in a single dwelling zone, and they were moved to R1. So not to completely upset your line of thought on this, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware of those situations.
In that Vancouver Avenue example, that we would have otherwise created a strange pocket of remaining single family as we brought the church property in. We decided to take a whole swath of it in, so that does indirectly or directly benefit a couple private property owners, but as a sort of a secondary effect of the primary objective, which was the church property.
And then the second part to answer your question, Steph, is that we do, as a bureau, want to have some sort of process for doing map updates periodically. However, it's a budget item that may or may not fit into given staff at any time. So, the idea is that every 2 or 3 years that could happen, but
As we were finishing the comprehensive plan at City Council, we had a conversation with them about the possibility of, as Nan said, on a 2 to 3 year cycle, having district liaison staff bundle up a package of smaller scale corrections so that not everyone had to go through the expensive BDS individual application route. As Nan said, it's kind of an issue of staffing and budget, and we have not yet initiated one of those projects. Of course, we're still waiting for the comp plan to be acknowledged, but that's another way of handling this kind of thing.
Kat.
I guess perhaps to maybe poke a little bit more at your suggestion, Oriana, and what you're getting at, Steph, is it seems to me, and in my mind, it's bigger than just a mapping update. I do think there's certain neighborhoods that certainly deserve more outreach to see if there's more projects of this potential. But if we're doing that, I also could see why would you not open it up to other communities within the entire city? And perhaps just like this was a special project, it's more of a project that specializes in targeting somehow, some way, individuals looking to provide a community benefit in a different way than other organizations. So to me, I want to support these folks. I hope they'll continue to take this item to council, but would prefer to see us in a letter stating kind of our conundrum about policy and what the scope of this project was, and really encouraging council to take on yet another project and putting funds aside to do it correctly.
Oriana.
The more I think about it, the more I also have some additional discomfort here. I think when you're dealing with an individual property owner that's not an organization, to kind of walk back a little bit, that community-based organization representing community issue, what the benefit of is in terms of actually dealing with organizations here is that it is easier in terms of how funds come to a project to create some requirements around affordability. An individual property owner could seek this rezoning and then build housing that is initially unregulated affordable housing, and then eventually turn it over in the future, and that's more valuable property. Like, there's a potentially bigger displacement risk here, and I don't doubt the sincerity of the property owner there, but it creates some problems in the future that I think having a project that looks citywide at where there are opportunities to develop unregulated affordable housing, in particular in displacement prone or displacement devastated neighborhoods, that we need to be having those thoughtful conversations about how do we ensure that if we're opening these doors, we're not also creating more serious displacement in the future by allowing for this increase in value to a property.
I'm going to chime in. I agree with that. And all these other properties that we're approving, none of those have restrictions on affordability for them. So we are at some point taking the faith of the sponsors of these that they will. And I think that a lot of much needed affordable housing will get built on these properties, which is fantastic. But we are kind of playing the odds, it feels like, even with the ones owned by nonprofits. Okay.
So I'm sensitive to the fact that we actually have a motion on the floor, but I had been planning to say when this came up that I think in the letter we need to be suggesting that maybe yearly or every 2 years that these map requests, and I don't know what the restrictions would be. It sounds like you're thinking about doing this as a regular thing and not even necessarily just for nonprofits and churches and synagogues, but I think that it would be I would like to see that in the letter that we are recommending that to City Council, and with us recommending it, there might be other entities then that would reinforce that message when it comes to budget talks and things like that. So,
Mike?
Yeah, well, thinking about community organizations, I'm assuming most of them are 501c3s and have boards of directors. So I think the likelihood of continued affordability over time is much enhanced by the mere fact that they would have to go through a process to make any changes.
Okay. One question for staff, I think I know the answer, but I want to check, is that going through this sort of legislative process, it's impossible to tie affordability restrictions to the housing that gets built. However, if someone goes through a land use process initiated by the property owner, it is possible to do those strings?
I'm going to translate what you're asking. I think
that's probably helpful.
When we're doing map amendments legislatively, we cannot attach conditions to the site-specific map changes. That's correct. Which you could do if you're doing it one by one with
so
Bureau of Development Services.
Gain property owner applied for a zone change, it will be possible to put conditions on that.
If there's a nexus and a rationale, there's legal parameters, but yes. And in this case, when you do a legislative batch like this, you can't really itemize your stipulations.
Thank you. One more comment then, and then we'll decide whether we're voting or not.
Oh, mine's a little off the point a little bit, but I understand people's concern with the potential that we could somehow end up encouraging or getting more housing that doesn't have a regulation for it to be affordable. And that was a decision I think that was made early on in this process to encourage more housing and not tie it to a regulatory requirement that it be affordable. And I don't want us to lose sight of when we do things that encourage more housing, in and of itself, that's a good thing. They don't always have to come with a regulatory requirement to meet affordability standards, that there's a benefit to getting more housing built using our various tools. So it's not exactly relevant to this particular issue, but I don't think we should feel it's a failure if we've created the opportunity for more housing and it's not necessarily going to meet regulatory affordability standards. So, and plus, this is a pretty desirable community of potential developers and that they're all faith-based. So we can hope that they will always be looking for the right opportunity. So anyway.
So can someone help me out with Robert's rules? We've had a motion and a second. And we've had discussion. Do we need to have a vote? We should have a vote?
You just need to restate the motion and then you'll vote.
Thank you. So the motion is to include the Clay property zone change requested from R2.5 to R1 in the soon to be going to RM2 in the new language. So let's call a vote on that.
Okay. Backrack?
No.
Bortolazzo?
No.
Hauk?
No.
Larcel? Yes. Magnera?
No.
Routh?
Yes.
Schultz?
No.
Smith?
No.
Spivak?
No. I have down 7 no's, 2 yeses, so the motion fails. Thank you for the good discussion. And lead us to the technical amendments, please.
Okay, we're moving from mapping now to code. A is technical, and there's three that we suggest you vote all at once. They're fairly straightforward. One was a phrase about how ADA parking spaces are handled that BDS had included in their original request, but we had missed. The second was just about clarity. There was some concern that the phrase "that is allowed by right" in the original draft would be confusing, and so we just simplified it to say a residential use, and so we're changing that language at BDS's recommendation. And then finally, conditions of approval. This is to reconcile the issue with parking. We didn't want BDS to be in a semantic loop going back and forth between the code that says they have to meet all conditions of approval and the part that says they can remove parking. And this just cross-references to say you have to meet conditions of approval except where we've given you permission to go somewhere else, and that refers to the parking section. So this, again, is all fairly technical.
Would you like to take this as a proposal for consent?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone like to remove any of those from consent so we can discuss? Not hearing proposal. I'll take a motion to pass this by consent.
Move inclusion of items in A.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay, vote on including all items in Code Amendment Section A. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to the fun, the parking.
Best for last.
We submitted this is B. We submitted an additional one-page simplified version here because the parking sections in the handout, beginning on page 4 and going all the way through page all the way through page 13, essentially, are the different options for parking, and we've described them as options A, B, C, D, and E, which are summarized in the basic gist of them are on this one page to simplify your discussion. But if you want to look at the exact language, you have to go through those pages I just referenced and look at all the details. But they're mostly the same with the exception of the places that we've highlighted in the handout. So basically the matrix is an interaction between whether you allow 50% removal or 100%, and whether you do that near transit or everywhere. And then there's a option E, which is sort of a hybrid approach.
Okay, so in order to figure out how to vote on this, let's have a little discussion first, just to see where people are at a little bit, and then we'll figure out how to vote it. Chris.
So I'll say that I would be very comfortable in moving option C, and I think Jeff has indicated he would probably second that. I am curious to see if among my colleagues there is an appetite to take that to option E, where we go to 100% removal near transit. I know staff has some discomfort around that, but I'm interested in what my fellow commissioners think.
Kate?
I'd be interested.
Yeah, me too.
I have concerns. Well, I'll raise it. So I guess, Mike, do you want to say why you're interested, and then we'll throw a couple concerns?
I think it's a good hybrid.
Which one is?
E.
E, okay. Kat?
So my concerns are, while I generally support the concept, without, again, additional work or study by staff to really understand if parking is still creating issues for neighborhoods. So you've got an institutional use that's been put into a single-family zone. The reason it got allowed was through a whole community process to allow a conditional use. And now we're just kind of saying, sorry, guys, we think it's out of date. We want to move on. And not really taking testimony and getting communities to weigh in about whether all that parking is really needed or not anymore. So I think it's even taking a leap of faith that 50% is the right number. I'm able to support that, but I think it's taking a leap of faith that that's going to be just fine. And then I guess I also support the fact that it states that it's near transit, because I think it's actually a justifiable way to approach why we're justifying even 50% versus we've just picked a number out of the blue. And we're not worried about transit at all. So to me, they're tied together. We're saying there's great transit in these areas. We see, a reduction of cars coming into areas from outside to support this institution when we've got transit nearby. Therefore, we think 50% is justifiable. So anything kind of past that, I'm struggling with.
I'll share that. My question for E is I share those concerns, and also for projects going through the conditional use process right now or in the future, it sets up a strange situation where you potentially are negotiating over parking, knowing that the day after the conditional use is recorded, you can remove all the parking that was just required of you. So you could negotiate a conditional use approval for a congregational to use the property and say, yeah, we'll build 100 parking spaces. And the next day you can say, hey, look at this code section. And suddenly you can build housing on that site and get rid of all the parking. The other question I have is, the other thing that I note elsewhere in this code update is that we dropped the threshold from type 3 to type 2 to do exactly this kind of adjustment. So if you really don't need the parking and you can show it, instead of going through like a 9-month process and going through Here Examiner, there's a much more efficient way to reduce your parking without relying on this clause. So I'm not sure where I'm at A versus C. If I'm wrong in some of my assessment I just shared, please staff correct me. But
no, I think that's the basis of staff's concern, was both from BDS and BPS, is that we have not set about in this project to rewrite the approval criteria for conditional uses and how they treat parking. That would be a wider set of outreach what it might have done. And so we're setting up a situation where BDS will still be negotiating how much parking is required if a new institution is trying to site and do a conditional use. And then the next day, literally, you could turn around and get rid of it. And so it's a bit of an awkward situation. From a policy point of view, we should take a broader look at how conditional uses deal with transportation impacts. But that wasn't this project. And so for us, the option A.
Question about that. So if your intent were to build housing, why would you go through the conditional use process in the first place?
I think you do the conditional use on the parts that are not going for housing. So say you want
trying to avoid.
You locate you have a church on a part of the site, and you go through conditional use to use that part of the site for a church.
So you're intending to do a hybrid church housing project. Do most churches start out that way, or is this something they come to after they've been around for a while?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't know what kind of projects are coming in for conditional uses now.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's just the fact that we have a process for conditional use that right now has transportation criteria or parking criteria. And if we're saying it's wrong, which I think we're kind of saying, we think it's out of date, then we need to go through again and ask council to fund a project to correct our conditional use process if we don't think the parking requirements that are set aside for it are correct.
We're in a housing emergency, and I prefer to avoid long processes.
Right. I agree with what Chris just said. Remember why we're doing this. These churches, it's a euphemism for church, faith-based institutions, have a great opportunity. They happen to have a lot of excess land just from the nature of the way they evolved, and they want to take advantage of that excess land and develop housing. And they're running into lots of problems. We heard story after story about churches. I mean, in part, they're not experienced developers, but even when they're working with experienced developers, it's just the nature of what they have. And the city recognized that, and this bureau recognized it and said, let's streamline the process. Let's figure out what these problems are that are blocking their ability to develop housing. And one of the things we heard repeatedly is parking. They needed some ability. They have excess parking fields, and they wanted as part of this streamlined package, a streamlined way to be able to remove some of that parking and not have it trigger conditional use. And remember, an important piece of this is not triggering conditional use. We're changing the code to allow these churches to not have to do a conditional use modification. And so that's what we're accomplishing by, they tell us one of their problems is the parking regulations. So I think to accommodate that, and I understand at some point you can't go overboard, and accommodating them maybe 100% removal is too much, but I think we should address the very problem many of them brought to us, which is we need more flexibility to remove some of our parking. So I certainly support C, and I'd even, I know people aren't comfortable with E, so maybe I'll just stick with Chris's proposal to go to C.
Quick question for staff, and then Katie is: do you know how many? We've got a whole slate of changes here. How often sponsor organizations would propose to remove all of their parking versus 50% of it to make the project happen?
I don't really have a basis, I don't think, for answering that. I think from the sites we looked at with the zone changes here, which I don't know if that's a representative sample, but I doubt that all of these are going to remove all the parking. Again, probably because there'd be internal pressure in the organization to still have parking for church members. But yeah, it's hard to say. I would say one other fact that may be relevant to the discussion is that some number of these faith-based institutions predate the zoning code, and there may not have been an actual conditional use review. They just have automatic conditional use status and happen to have a parking lot. So there's kind of two types. There's people who actually went through the conditional use review, and then there's those who predate and have status as if they did.
In that case, would there be a requirement? Are they not required to have any parking? They just happen to have a lot, or
if someone is an automatic conditional use and they have parking, the parking removal, it wouldn't be a condition of approval, but parking removal still is part of this equation, and so this 50% or 100% would matter to them.
It would matter. Okay, Katie.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the commission that just because you can take 100% of your parking doesn't mean anyone is going to do it. One of the things for churches, a lot of churches, unless they're very old churches, they have parking. So, there's a few churches that are older that don't have parking. But the ones that have parking, it's kind of part of their calculus about how they're going to fill the pews on Sunday. So they're, for the most part, they're not going to be getting rid of all of their parking. The idea of going with E would just mean allowing them to kind of make their own decision about how to use their parking.
Kat.
So if 10 years ago, the institution came to the neighborhood, they went through a conditional use process, and they struck a bargain with the community about providing a certain amount of off-street parking because it has a big impact on the neighborhood, on the hours that they have service. And now we're just saying you don't have to have, you know what, just go ahead, park in the community, park on those streets, take up all that other area. We don't care about the bargain that was agreed upon with the conditional use. And to me, that's what you're saying when you vote 100%. I appreciate that we've got an emergency, but I don't think turning your back on an agreement that was made 100% is the right thing to do for those in those neighborhoods that that agreed, came to an agreement with that institution that we're going to support each other. But we're going to support each other through the fact that you're going to provide off-street parking.
Good point.
I mean, I'll piggyback on that. I mean, I think that every time we change the zoning code to remove parking, that's sort of changing an agreement in the zoning. This is a potentially very large change from a point source negotiated topic. So that's why I'm a little bit leery of going.
Yeah.
Given that we've dropped from a type 3 to a type 2 to go through a discretionary process, I'm more comfortable with some of the items higher up the table chart. But I think that we should probably take this to, Chris, counterpoint.
So I'll also point out that 10 years ago, we had less than 350 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and pretty soon we're going to be declaring a climate emergency. So there's more than one policy here. So I appreciate the thoughtful responses of my colleagues, and I'll go back to where I started, and I'm going to move option C.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
Option C.
Did you mean, okay. Then, so option C, any discussion on the motion and second for option C? Okay, let's call a vote on option C.
Okay. Backrack,
Yes.
Bortolazzo,
Yes.
Hauk,
Yes.
Larseld, Magnera,
Yes.
Routh,
Yes.
Schultz,
No, but I would be in support of A.
Smith,
Yes.
Spivak.
Yes. Option C passes. Thank you, staff, for pre-writing all the ways of implementing this.
Right.
So that was 7-1. if I need
Yeah,
to
so
say that.
now you can go to page 13, and we're on to property line adjustments.
Thank you.
There are two of these, and I guess I'll take a lead from you all as to whether you want to combine the vote or just do them separately. But the first one is these are both standards that, as we discussed in some of the testimony and last time, a number of projects to build housing on institutional properties will probably involve property line adjustments because you're separating ownership for finance reasons, or at least segregating them in some way. And so these two standards that are mentioned here about regular lot lines and maximum lot size are two instances where the issue could come up. There had been an earlier discussion about environmental overlays, but we worked through that with Commissioner Bachrach, and he withdrew that suggested amendment. So the two here are, the first one, CI, does essentially exempts the standard that the lot line can't be more than 20% shorter or longer than it was before with the property line adjustment. It provides an exception if both of the properties are in an institutional use. Second one is maximum lot size. Also, this could come up on institutional sites. We regulate both minimum and maximum lot size in residential zones, and so partly to control density. But that would not be as much of an issue with an institutional use. So this amendment would waive those, and it's actually on the actual language is on, it's in a long list of exemptions. We're adding a number, basically.
Okay. Any, I guess I'm going to propose that I and II be consent. Anyone like to pull either of those to discuss? Okay, then all in favor of I and II, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Let's go on to the next one.
So triple I here, III, is on the next page. And this was testimony about the Mount Scott Church of God. And this was testimony requesting that you recommend legislatively that the council just accomplish their property line adjustment legislatively rather than making them go back through the Bureau of Development Services. And we did consult with the city attorney on this, and they recommended against. The state statute arguably allows the city wiggle room, but the city's own zoning code provides a path through which property line adjustments are provided, and those are through BDS, and we don't think it's a good idea for you to legislatively do that. That would be violating the zoning code section. And you don't necessarily want to become an alternate body that people are going to line up at your door asking for property line adjustments. And so our recommendation was no. It's likely that this individual would present their case to city council as well, as is their prerogative, but we recommended against that.
Okay, would people like to overrule staff recommendation and recommend this? All right, then let's move on.
The next one, D, is, before we get to housekeeping, the last substantive one. This was the broader question which you touched on earlier about whether there's some kind of expedited path you could provide for comp plan or zone changes that are in this spirit in the future. And we don't recommend a code specified, partly because state law and our own comprehensive plan have procedural requirements around how you amended and the requirement for public hearings. And we need also with zone changes, the main criteria has to do with adequacy of infrastructure, and we need time and resources to make that assessment. So our recommendation would be not to do some kind of expedited process. A more potentially cleaner way of doing that is what was discussed earlier, which is just periodically ideally, we would have the budget within our district liaison program to periodically bundle worthy collections of zone changes or comp plan amendments together so that sometimes with a theme or sometimes as just housekeeping to bring them forward to you as a group like we did with this one. Not necessarily about whether it's faith-based or this one had a particular theme, but in general, just map cleanup, it would be great if we periodically would bundle them. And that's largely a resource issue that plays out in our annual budget and is a reason why, there's a role for you in advocating that budget, I guess.
Okay. Then let's go to housekeeping.
It would be something you could include in your letter, though. Housekeeping, there are three things we want to make sure that are covered and explicitly acknowledged. One was what we mentioned earlier, that the initial zone changes we recommended were in the old nomenclature before Better Housing by Design went into effect. And so we want your directive or recommendation to authorize us to make that translation as we go to council, to make sure that that's presented at council as the new zoning designations. So, for example, R2 would become our RM1 and so on. We noted earlier in our staff presentation that we had made some minor edits on page 2 of the staff report at the Housing Bureau's request, and we just want to make sure you've acknowledged that that's happened, and your recommendation going forward will have the amended version. And then finally, we want authority to update the commentary in the recommended draft to reflect your discussion, rather than come back to you one more time to get that acknowledged. So with those housekeeping notes, the recommended motion was listed on page 15 at the end.
Okay. Would someone like to make that motion?
Are we doing the housekeeping on consent?
Is the housekeeping consent item, or is that buried into the recommended motion?
It's sort of in the recommended, but if you want to just treat it as a consent.
Let's treat it as a consent item. Yeah. So let's all in favor of the housekeeping items, please say aye. Aye. Thanks.
Okay.
Someone like to make a final motion on the overall project?
I will do it. I move we recommend the expanding of opportunities for affordable housing project as we have amended it today, authorizing BPS
Thank you, yes.
to update the report and commentary to reflect our discussion and translate the multifamily designations to the recently adopted Better Housing by Design nomenclature.
We have a second from Mike. Any discussion? Jeff.
I'll just make a comment. First, to thank the staff. I mean, I think this was a great project, kind of projects I'd like to see more. Staff or whoever else gets the credit saw the opportunity that these churches presented for more housing, saw the problems that were involved in seizing this opportunity, and we all collectively took action. I think that's great. I mean, it's a time we really sort of recognize the housing crisis, recognize a piece of the solution we could help implement. Collectively, all of us did that. So I think that's great. It's a reminder we, as the Planning Commission, have this awesome power. We can amend the code. We can amend zoning maps. And I hope we'll take the initiative in the future to do that in ways that maybe aren't quite typical or aren't quite the normal process. But if we can short circuit the normal process and use our authority and get more housing supply built, I think we're doing a great job and we're serving the housing crisis all. I look forward to voting yes on this one.
I'll make one comment. A thank you to Metro also. I believe they funded this project. So perhaps this will be hopefully we can report back to them of how much more affordable housing we're likely to get out of it. Thank you. Let's take a vote.
Okay. Backrack?
Yes.
Portalazzo?
Yes.
Hauk? Yes. Larcel? Magnera?
Yes.
Routh?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes.
Smith? Spivak?
Yes. Unanimous. The project passes and goes to City Council.
And I just want to thank Nan for her work on this, too. I'm sort of a latecomer to the project.
Thank you, Nan. And now we'll move over to the River Plan South Reach, and we will ask if there's any disclosures, but one of them is about to leave the room, I think. Okay, thanks. Do we need to take a minute break for a drink of water for this? Let's do that. Be realistic. Thanks. We have 2 hours ahead of us on this, so. Well, we are now moving on to the River Plan South Reach, and we know that Kat is sitting out on this topic. Are there any other disclosures? None heard, so staff, please start guiding us through the initial batch of amendments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sally Edmonds, and I manage the Central City River and Environmental Planning teams here with Jeff Cottle and Debbie Bischoff, and there's a number of staff in the audience who may step up at any time. We distributed a run of show and a packet for you today. I'll just be working through the run of show just sort of generally. Just as an introduction, on February 25th, you held a public hearing on the South Reach. 16 people testified and 59 people submitted written testimony prior to the end of the deadline at the end of the day on Wednesday, the following day, which was February 26th. So after the hearing, each commissioner told us what you wanted to hear more about. So we captured that, and then 2 commissioners sent additional amendments to us to fold into the packet. The packet that you have before you includes a memo that responds to a number of the questions that you raised. It also includes 3 tables that are amendments to the plan that are either proposed by one of the commissioners or by staff in consultation with others and considering the public testimony. Given the time period between the hearing and today's meeting, staff wasn't able to prepare amendments to all of the things, so we'll be back next month with a number of additional items. But what we have done today is queue up several topics for discussion, and those are a discussion and vote, and those are listed on your run of show. What I'd like to do now, if we can, is to go through this list and see if there are other items that are either in the memo or on one of the tables that you'd like to talk about today. And that's beyond anything that's listed on this run of show. And then we will queue those up for conversation as well. So is that clear?
So in other words, something that we did not see on this list at all, whether it's this meeting or next meeting, that we think ought to be on it?
Yeah, in particularly for this particular meeting, if there's something that is in the memo or is on one of the tables that is not covered by the topics listed here, we want to know if it's something you want to talk about. Otherwise, we would consider that as consent items.
Mike.
Well, I have a lot of notes here on the table, so I know there are definitely things on this list, and I just assumed we'd go through those. So that's not the plan. It's on us to raise each one individually.
If you'd like to go through them, we can go through them all.
I think I have not gone through, honestly, to think of which ones I think are consent versus discussion. So if we can wrap through them fairly briskly, then I think maybe there's I think we should try that.
Okay.
Yeah. Katie?
I'm interested in the trails a little more maybe than, I don't know if you got anything in from me. You did answer some of the questions, but I'm still feeling like that there might be more that needs to be said about the trails.
Okay.
So maybe that could be either we talk about it, I mean, this might be a full meeting. Perhaps we could talk about it and see how it would go on the next meeting. But I do definitely want to talk about the trails.
Okay.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, I have a similar concern. I know I submitted quite a few amendments, trail related. I see somebody from 40 Mile Loop Land Trust in the audience, and they had actually quite lengthy amendments that they were recommending, and I don't see any of those on the table. When were we going to get to those on April 14th, along with the setback, or? Because it just seems odd that there wouldn't be any reference to any trail-related issues, which are pretty significant.
Mm-hmm.
We certainly can cover it on the 14th in full detail. At this point, with the information provided, we felt in general the objectives and actions that are currently in the proposed draft cover the requests. They're not as specific, but park staff is also here today, so maybe they would like to comment, but we can certainly cover it on the 14th in more detail.
Yeah, I was going to ask the question because I hadn't seen any comments from Portland Parks and Recreation, and that seems a little odd as well. So I would feel more comfortable as a commissioner to see the amendments that have been suggested and a response from Portland Parks and Recreation to make sure we're if not on the same page, we understand where there may be disagreements or consensus. So maybe the 14th, we're going to have a lot to talk about on the 14th, however.
Oriana?
I'd like some clarification about what we will cover when we talk about tribal engagement and collaboration and archaeological resources on the 14th. Can you expand a little bit about what that may look like?
Yes, I don't believe we had any testimony from anyone about tribal engagement or collaboration, but staff has been working very closely with the city's tribal relations director and the city attorney, and we have some recommendations for amendments to the code that we are proposing for archaeological resources.
So it only addresses archaeological resources, not kind of more historical issues related to colonialism or access to the land or yeah, I'm just curious kind of how that will be framed and whether Laura will be coming to speak to us or it will just be staff.
We can certainly invite Laura to come next time. She was here for the hearing, and we'll certainly invite her for the next meeting.
Great, thank you. Just to register, I think where I'm going with this a little bit. I do have concerns that we didn't receive testimony addressing this issue, that we had a lot of people talking about the setback, but not about historically whose land this has been and how we are honoring that in this space, not only in terms of how we preserve archaeological resources, but how we address the history of colonialism. And I know it's a little bit of a radical thing to bring to the Planning and Sustainability Commission, but I hope maybe we can have a conversation offline a little bit more about how to structure this piece so that it feels like it is truly engaging with the issues, and if that there are folks who want to come and speak to the engagement, understanding capacity and the issues that come up with that, I would feel more comfortable voting on this package if we have a robust discussion on that front, as robust as the discussion we're going to have about some of the environmental issues that come up.
Great.
I have one question. In reviewing the written testimony, there was quite a few suggestions from BDS in their letter. Did staff support any of those or review them? Or if we're going to propose any of those amendments, we need to bring it forth independently?
I believe that staff will be bringing those forward to you on the 14th. Again, the time period between this commission meeting and the next was constraining, and so that's why we have the packet we have
Understood.
before you, is because of the time constraints.
Okay, so if staff feels that some of those are good ideas, then that will come forward of your own volition rather than relying on one of us to suggest the amendment? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
One more, Mike, and then we'll start.
Yeah, no, I want to second Oriana's comment in that, but what I would add is we had a lot of involvement with the tribes regarding West Hayden Island. This is like going back 3 or 4 years. And I know that in addition, there have been tours conducted with tribal representatives, and I think that there will be significant interest in so-called environmental issues from the tribes as well, in addition to the cultural issues.
Thanks.
Thanks for clarifying that, Mike. I think that's true. And I think that's to the point that we should have a very robust discussion here, not just about the archaeological piece. And just also to flag, it's a concern of mine as a community-based organization representative when engagement gets talked about third hand. So I think to the extent that we can just check in with some of the folks who were engaged as well, I think that would be helpful to just make sure, like I trust that staff worked very hard on this, but I want to make sure that as we consider this issue, it's very well grounded and that we're aware of the holistic nature.
If you'd like to, we could invite Judy Bluehorse Skelton in from PSU. We work very closely with her office and held a public meeting just for the Native American community. So if you'd like her to come in, we can see if she's available.
If she has capacity, that would be wonderful.
Okay. Thank you. Let's begin.
So I'd like to look over at staff here because you'd like to go through all of the items on the table. We could dispense with the PowerPoint, I suppose, and just walk through the table. It's up to you. If you'd like to go through the table, PowerPoint first, and then the table, it's up to you. However you want to handle it.
So yeah, we were going to start with watershed health and resilience. So I'm Jeff Cottle with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. So I'm sort of the environmental planner here, as we've talked about before. I think we could probably go through, maybe we can just for ease, bring up the non-conforming development to the beginning. Generally, it sort of follows from there. There might be some things in the middle that we can talk about as we go down. Let's just see. Oh, like first? Oh, I thought it was this part. Oh, first. Okay.
Whatever you want to do.
Let's do one thing. We had a little miscommunication. I guess we will. We want to speak about the Brooklyn Riverfront access first, as I understand.
There is a member in the audience who has a sick child at home and would like to be here to answer any questions that you might have about Brooklyn access so that she can go.
I appreciate the
Let's begin with
change
that.
of schedule.
Thank you.
I'm Courtney Duke with the Bureau of Transportation. Yeah, my son had some surgery yesterday and he's not recovering as well as we would like. So I do appreciate changing the schedule so that I can be here to answer these questions. And I'll be here again in April. So appreciate that.
So, Debbie Bischoff, Senior Planner, Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. We do know that there was testimony, and we've heard throughout the planning process of the desire of the Brooklyn neighborhood to have direct access, safe bike ped access to the riverfront from the neighborhood, connecting to the Springwater Corridor Trail. We went over it in the briefing, some of the challenges that exist in doing that. Currently, and again with help from our sister bureaus, Office of Transportation and Parks and Rec, they have informed us that, for example, in the transportation system plan, this project of getting the bike ped access to the riverfront is a low priority that is unfunded currently in the transportation system plan for Parks and Rec. And we do have Maya Agarwal here today from Parks and Rec. So if there's questions of Parks and Rec, we have both of our bureau's staff here to answer your questions. This is also an unfunded low priority in their capital improvements program. And in addition to the access to the riverfront, to the trail access, there's also the desire from Brooklyn for a riverside, kind of a linear park along the trail that is not in the park's capital improvements program at all. So staff has not proposed any amendments because of the status of this project or these projects in these plans.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Chris.
So I had proposed an amendment to staff on this to move this from years 6 to 20. There are 2 action items, I think, or maybe there's more. That are currently shown in years 6 to 20, move them to 0 to 5 in support of the neighborhood's goal of providing bicycle connectivity. It was my key issue. I'm less concerned about the Riverfront Park, although I'm sure it's very important to them. I'm looking at the bicycle system map and trying to fill in missing connections. So given the response, I guess I'm curious, it doesn't sound to me like 6 to 20 even means anything. It's like maybe never. So what's the relationship between the action items in this plan and, obviously we have a TSP, a prioritization process. Does 6 to 20 just mean aspirational and don't count on it, or how do we read the action items?
I'm going to leave it to the bureaus.
I think you got your answer.
So again, this is Courtney
Nicely
Duke
played.
at the Bureau of Transportation. I will be honest to say that I think as a bureau we have a similar question. The action items are not binding; they are recommendations in the plan. And for us, the study of the crossing has been in the transportation system plan for a while. For the study, not the project in and of itself. It doesn't currently fit a lot of our criteria in terms of our strategic plan and our project prioritization criteria. So unless there was some more compelling, which this plan could be the compelling reason to push that forward, there hasn't been a push to do the study, much less do a project. And I think we also have to be clear that a study does not always have an outcome of a project. I think moving both of those things to 0 to 5 assumes that a study will come out with a feasible project that then would need to fit into the approval criteria that we have for not only putting it on the TSP project list, but then moving it into our capital improvement program to actually be built. So I will say that in the past, the action items that have come out of neighborhood plans and bureau planning plans were incorporated into the transportation system plan update and our larger update for the 2035. We went through all the action items that were related to transportation and tried to incorporate them either into our programmatic buckets. So we have a variety of programs related to smaller projects as well as our major projects, and to see which ones, met that. But a number of them did drop off and did not move forward. This crossing being one of them still. Again, we did look at all of these existing plans before we did that. So I guess looking to my partners at BPS, I think some of it probably depends on how the ordinance or resolution is worded as to what they send to council, as to what the amount of authority and push of these action items and the changes in the plan tell the other bureaus.
Okay, let me reference one other part of the staff memo. The testimony from the neighborhood contended that there had been a street vacation back in the 70s that removed access, and that council was contemplating another project that would have put the access in a different place that then never happened. I think the staff memo establishes that the street vacation did occur in 1979. It doesn't. I guess you didn't find evidence of the other project that they talked about?
Correct. Our right-of-way staff, Sarah Johnston, worked with me. We found the ordinance, and the ordinance is pretty short and sweet, and there is no indication of another project nor creating any additional access. It just was a straight vacation. There may have been conversation at council. We did not go that far in terms of the research. We just got the ordinance. So if we want to do additional research in terms of if there's transcripts from that far back, I don't know. I didn't direct staff to do that. We did just get the ordinance. So the ordinance does not indicate anything other than a straight vacation.
All right. So I guess I'll just comment that I think that street vacation would not have passed muster today with the loss of bicycle connectivity now. Certainly grant that in 1979, council may not have been thinking about bicycle connectivity the same way we do today. So I guess, Brooklyn, I'm sure you're reviewing the tape on this. So it sounds like your homework is to go see if you can find council transcripts. And we'll have a project soon to update the financial chapter of the TSP, which will have those prioritized project lists, right? When is that coming up, Courtney?
We'll be looking at doing the next major TSP update within the next 2 to 3 years. We're looking to see, we just did our minor update to get some things put in there. So I would say the financial plan, what are we in 2020, would be probably 2022.
Okay, so Brooklyn, get on board for 2022 and get ready for that prioritization. All right, and Courtney, I don't want to keep you from your son,
I
so
appreciate
thank you very
Thank
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions about this particular? I don't know if I'm supposed to ask that, but.
That's fine. I think we'll let you head on home.
Okay,
Thank you very
all
much
right.
for
Thank you very
joining
much.
us, Courtney.
Thank you, staff. Thanks, team.
You jumped up. Was it about this project?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
The red light. Okay. So I'm Maya Agarwal from Portland Parks and Recreation. This is my first time testifying before this committee, so I'm learning about it. But I don't know if I can offer anything earth-shattering that you don't already know about this, I believe that the street vacation that you're talking about is around Southeast Hague. The project that's on the Parks and Recreation CIP list is for a street further south. It would come from, the connection would be closer to Southeast Boise. The issue with that is that the alignment would have to go through Ross Island Sand and Gravel's property, which we just don't have right of way for that, and then connect down to the Springwater corridor. So at this time, there's just too much uncertainty, so it's not funded, and it's just not a priority for the Bureau.
Okay. Well, thanks, Maya, for
Yeah.
sharing that.
Sure thing.
Quick question.
One question from Jeff, and then I think we should jump into
It's
our
okay,
list.
sorry. I mean, I understand problems with prioritizing and lots of desirable projects, they don't get funded. But you just said, is it just a right-of-way problem? I mean, is it simply we don't own, the city doesn't own the right-of-way? Because that seems like a manageable problem. But I'm guessing it's a lot more than that.
I think it's more than that. It's also
Okay,
just
well.
having the funding to design and build the project. So I guess what I would suggest is there are ways to advocate to get funding and ways to advocate for it to become a priority. One way is through Southeast Uplift. If people who are interested in the project can advocate through that organization, they handle parks advocacy. There's also our annual budget process through Portland Parks and Recreation. People can come and advocate for projects there as well.
Yeah, we are often reminded that we do not have budget authority on this commission. Great.
And
Well,
Jeff, to answer too, for in terms of the full access that Chris was also talking about, we also have to cross McLaughlin, so we have to work with ODOT, Ross Island Sand and Gravel, and the railroad, and ourselves in terms of the Springwater corridor. So there's also just a lot. You know, it's been on a list for a long time, and there's reasons why, and some of that is all that coordination and who has authority over what. So that's been a part of it as well, not just the Ross Island Sand and Gravel part, but also opposite ODOT.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask us to move on if we
That's
can.
fine.
I'm just seeing a lot of our list. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, where were we? Oh, sorry.
A1.
Yeah. Let's get going. Okay, so I was just going to say we can bump up. We had non-conforming development as our kind of last item, just in terms of how things were flowing, but we can just go ahead and start there. So just a reminder, what we heard related to testimony was that not to allow vertical expansion. So right now, the current proposal it codifies a current BDS policy that for non-conforming structures, residential, let's say houses within the river setback, you are able to build up to the maximum height that's allowed by the zone, either that or the plan district in the case of Macadam Plan District, as long as you do not expand the building coverage. And so there was some concern that was raised about that. In addition, we have a proposal that would add an allowance for reinforcement of existing seawalls to protect adjacent property as long as the expansion was very narrow and met certain criteria. And there was some concern raised about both of those in testimony. And then I would say a more general comment was that the plan should identify programs and incentives more specifically to move non-conforming development out of the setback over time. And so what we still think is appropriate is the allowance for vertical expansion in the setback. It's a relatively small number of properties that are actually affected, mostly I would say in the Miles Place neighborhood, which is just south of Willamette Park. And this expansion allows for existing structures to be remodeled and still meet the existing flood hazard requirements of Title 24. So as a part of that, what it would be required is elevating the first habitable floor above the base flood elevation. So the allowance to add on top of that would enable you to meet those requirements by sort of creating the first floor being above the flood elevation. And then without that, many of those older 1- and 2-story houses in Miles Place would not be able to be substantially remodeled because it wouldn't be able to meet the flood hazard requirements. So we are still proposing to continue that.
Can I ask, would that be conditioned on raising above the floodplain, or give them a chance to do it?
As I understand
Would
it,
you have to
if
lift
you
it
came
up
in, I think you would have to.
in order to get
I'll
more
look
height?
at my BDS colleagues, but I think
Okay.
yes, they say
thank you.
yes. So it would be contingent if you were going to come in for a remodel. You would need to do that. Yeah. The seawall reinforcement, it was just we added that to ensure that existing development would continue to be able to be to have life and safety protections. And again, we tried to narrow that allowed expansion as much as possible. In terms of programs that that we might consider for moving development out of non-conforming development out of the river setback, the Bureau of Environmental Services has what's called the Willamette Land Acquisition Program, and that's a citywide program. It's similar to what we've talked about with the Johnson Creek Willing Seller Program. And through that process, they look, so there's a set amount of money for Johnson Creek, and then there's, right now, it's estimated to be about $1.5 million citywide to do a number of different projects related to the implementation of the Portland Watershed Management Plan. A part of that would be the potential for purchasing properties that are high value, high priority, if they've been ranked as high priority parcels for getting development out of the floodplain. It's a somewhat small amount of money, but the potential is that if those properties on the Willamette River meet those criteria and are considered high priority, they could be targeted for that program. And if any questions,
Well,
I'm open to more questions.
Just a comment. We're going to have a lot more substantive conversation on April 14th regarding the setback and a lot of issues related to trying to recapture that floodplain that unfortunately 35 years ago, we have a 25-foot setback. We need to be thinking, I guess to skip my comment out, we need to be thinking more like 100 years out, not 25 or 20 or 30 years. So as we have this conversation, I really think we need to be thinking much longer term, especially in the face of climate change. And we know that there's going to be additional flooding in the future. I'm really kind of curious, what would be the situation, assuming there is repeated flooding of Southwest Miles is particularly vulnerable, that would no longer become feasible for people to redevelop. FEMA is not going to cover that after repeated losses. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure. We can bring Ethan up to answer the question, but I don't think that we would probably want to rely on FEMA to not have repeat, construction after flooding. We don't currently in our existing code have anything that addresses that.
That's correct.
Introduce
Ethan
yourself.
Brown with
Sorry.
the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. So we're considering ways we can address repetitive loss properties as part of updates to Title 24, which is the separate process I spoke about at the briefing.
All right.
And so that is something we're considering how we can address that in the flood hazard regulations versus the zoning code.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
So I guess unless there's more comments, we can just continue down the table. So that's basically A1 through 3. A4.
Let me check on process. Should we do some discussions and voting on these as we go? It seems maybe while the topic's fresh, that might be a good idea.
For sure. I was
So
something to vote on.
these are A1, 2, and 3. If I'm getting this correct, we've got an amendment proposal, and staff is not recommending to proceed with it. Is that a good summary? So for A1, I guess I'll let, since Mike, you proposed this one, you want to make the pitch for it?
I don't know. I'm No, I don't know. I don't know that we need to vote on each of these. I think
Okay.
I'm viewing staff responses that I think we're going to have continued conversation about how to resolve some of these things, which I don't think is necessarily going to be resolved by a yes or no vote on each of these. Of some of them, there certainly will. So I'm not going to make any motions.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what process we should go through because I'm a little bit.
Well, staff support, you can. I'm not going to debate staff support responses at this point. I think we need to have more conversations.
At what point would we have that debate? I mean, in past projects, there have often been times where we voted on things the staff didn't agree with. I'm trying to figure out how we
Right.
handle it for this one versus. Do you have a suggestion, Andrea?
Well, actually, I'm a little bit concerned about following the table and kind of the decision making, and I wonder if we want to shift back to the presentation and kind of take the high level topics and issues and see what, because the staff have kind of captured the higher level conversations and topics that you wanted to delve into more, and I wonder if we want to start there and see if we want to go deeper on anything. I'm a little bit concerned that this is going to be taking us down too many very specific kind of comment response situations.
That was my comment.
Okay, I'm okay staying high.
There will be some in here, however, where I definitely do want to have it more in depth and probably make a motion.
Okay.
Okay. So then, and it still sort of follows the, generally it's still going to go from top to bottom, but we just skipped a few items. But so the next one, an original one that we thought was going to be first is related to the tree replacement standard landward of the setback. So we received a number of comments related to reducing. So what we have currently is in the setback, we have trees that are, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as in the next slides, but we have trees that are 1.5 inches is where regulation starts and still very limited. But beyond the setback, so the setback we're proposing currently is 50 feet from top of bank. For the remainder of the property, it would be that trees 6 inches or greater would be regulated. So you would have to come in and have a permit and meet the standards and things like that, meet the requirements. Below that, we wouldn't be regulating those trees. The proposal is to reduce that threshold down to 3 inches. The 3-inch threshold, one of the reasons, the primary reason that we established or are proposing the 6 inches is that that's consistent with other environmental zones across the city. So as a reminder, environmental zones elsewhere start at 6 inches, and then Title 11, which applies everywhere else in the city, begins for private development, for private properties, it begins at 12 inches. So to be consistent, we try to be as consistent as possible across our regulations in similar zones. So with this, beyond the setback, we are proposing a 6-inch threshold.
And this is one where I'm going to move that we adopt the amendment as recommended by myself. I believe Urban Forestry Commission testified on this as well. And the reason I'm doing this is I don't think we need to be consistent throughout the city when we have different circumstances. This is along the Willamette River. And I think that we're losing the urban forest at a rapid pace. And I think it's appropriate along the Willamette River to change the diameter. That's my rationale.
And if you don't, I'll make one comment. So as a reminder, we're talking about properties in terms of our boundary all the way from the Willamette River up to Highway 43.
Yep.
So the east side of Highway 43, just so you know, on Macadam Boulevard.
Okay. Yeah. And furthermore, I would say maybe we need to take another look at citywide, whether that's the appropriate, 6 inches is the appropriate. That's another process. This is the one before us.
Ben.
Question for staff. Besides the issue of inconsistency, which I understand, what other issues do you anticipate by going below 6 inches? I would venture that maybe enforcement becomes a big one because now all of a sudden your size multiplies. Can you articulate a little bit?
Yeah, so you would just be increasing the burden that you're putting on both Bureau of Development Services and, through the environmental overlay, river environmental overlay, or through urban forestry. So again, you would just have to have more process and enforcement to make sure that this is implemented appropriately moving forward. We have enforcement as another issue that we're going to talk about. So it would only sort of further expand the sort of difficulties. And one of the challenges is with enforcement is when things are that small to be able to tell between a native and a non-native and things like that. And so now you're just increasing that a little bit further for trees that are landward of the setback. Yeah.
So since these are very entangled, it seems like maybe we continue on with the overview.
Sure.
Rather
We
than
can.
do amendment.
Yeah, they-
Or- I'm having a process challenge here. I'm trying to. Are we doing an overview, big picture from staff, and we do the amendments as we go, as recommended, or are we doing the overview first, and then we're going to come back through, decide which ones to suggest as amendments?
Either way, as long as we have the ability to actually act on some of these issues, I don't care how we do it.
Does staff have a suggestion on this? I'm kind of open to either direction.
Sure. Why doesn't Jeff go through each of these and then we'll just circle back and hopefully it won't be, we can do that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And it might be worthwhile noting which ones you think as we go through them.
I've got a little
will
note
be
here. So if we're going by one and you're saying, yeah, I want to, we'll make sure we hit that one. And I got that note noted. Thanks.
Sure. So the other area that it was a hot topic, and I would say even more of a hot topic than landward the setback, is the riverbank vegetation. So, you're familiar and you heard a number of people testify that the removal of vegetation, specifically native vegetation, is a significant issue, especially on the west side of the river. The other consistent comment that we heard is that the requirement to replace, so if your threshold is 1.5 inches and you are required to plant and it's only a 1/2 inch caliper tree, there's a disconnect there. And then that someone could come a year later and cut those down. And then I would say generally, which we'll talk about in another slide, but basically enforcement needs to be, is in many cases ineffective, and penalties need to be greater, and especially along the riverbank area. So this is actually A8. Sorry, we can on the table for your reference. So this is another one that we think the current proposal is adequately addresses the concerns that have been raised.
Which number is this one? Just so I'm keeping track.
A8 on the table.
A8, okay. Great.
So our current proposal includes an exemption that at the 1.5 inch only for nuisance trees. So only if the tree itself is a nuisance tree could it be exempted from review. So anything else, so if they're exempted, the requirement in the code is you still have to plant per the landscape standard for the disturbance area when you remove those exempt trees. But that's a very narrow band of trees that can actually be removed. All other trees either have to go through and meet standards for tree removal or pruning, or have to actually go through a river review. So the actual amount of tree removal that is allowed is very small, only for nuisance plants. And we don't want to discourage the removal of nuisance plants because you would like to have native plants be replaced and make it that, and not have to pay too much to do that.
Are you on 8, you said?
A8, yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. It actually,
That was an argument for a
it's
different one.
Yeah, it's sort of combined with the 1.5 inch caliper. Sorry about that. Yeah. So this is a more general comment. It's related to the vegetation. So I'm really just providing background on what is required for riverbank vegetation. A8 is specifically, about the 1/2 inch caliper versus the replacement, which is the second piece of this. And that is, so just to be clear on that, so when the 1/2 inch, anything that is required to be planted by the city cannot be removed. So if you have to plant and you would provide a planting plan to resolve a violation or other action, you wouldn't be able to come back later and just remove it. All trees that are required to be planted are native trees, so those there's no exemption for that. There's no way to come back and remove those trees in a year. And then we can talk about.
So a question on that one. There's no way to, but my understanding is people do it all the time. Am I understanding?
Right,
this?
which comes to the enforcement piece in terms of how we're making sure that doesn't happen. But there's no way for us to. We limit any of that. There's no how. I'm not sure what the way in which we would stop them from doing that, given the limitations that already are proposed in the code. I mean, in our plan, and in the code.
Is the intent behind this amendment, Mike, that if you plant a tree 1.5 inch diameter, it's less likely to just be cut out right afterwards?
Yeah. And I would say that there wasn't a specific requirement about changes for the plants themselves. That's why I was speaking more generally about the comment about Riverbank. This is the primary comment that we received related to how to address the issue, is that to increase the size of the tree that's planted.
Oriana?
I noticed throughout your comments in this general arena that you note issues with resources. Where do those resources potentially come from? Like if we balance our resources so that we are putting more towards enforcement and maintenance of the canopy along the river, what are we sacrificing in order to do that?
Well, I would probably have to defer to Sally more on that, but I think it's really a budget question, and largely Bureau Development Services is responsible for enforcement, so it would just be, and they're largely driven by permit fees and those types of things. So I think in terms of the enforcement, which we can, I think might be the next one we can talk about, or maybe we'll talk about it. Actually, there's one between that and enforcement. But I mean, that's one of the things that we're proposing, is just to evaluate the entire enforcement process to understand where there are opportunities. And I think a key part of that would be ensuring budget moving forward for increased enforcement.
Mike?
Yeah, well, this is it. This is the issue. We have a situation where there are violations every year. As just one example, there was a violation, and BDS did find them in violation. That was 4 years ago, and it still hasn't been resolved. And the landowners come back every year and cut all the trees down. In fact, one of the fellows who testified, Lustenberger, I think, from John's Landing, testified at the last hearing that they cut all the trees down every year, which is a fact. So this is the fundamental question: enforcement. That really is the nut that needs to be cracked here in terms of resources and commitment. BDS either doesn't have the will or the resources to actually enforce the violations. There are no fines. Each year they go through and cut all the trees, should be a new violation. But that's not what happens. There's one violation over a 15-year period. BES is here. I notice on A10, which kind of gets at the heart of it. It says BES proposes working with BPS and BDS to identify more sustainable and consistent enforcement mechanism. Would BES come up here, please, and describe how that might happen and what we're looking at with regard to over what period of time? Because this is the issue. You know, whether it's a 1/2 inch or 1.5, and I've been beaten down on this. I finally have given up. I understand 1/2 inch is fine. I suggest maybe more 1/2 inch trees be planted. There are issues with regard to irrigation and maintenance and so forth. So what do you see? What are you proposing to actually affect A10 so we get enhanced enforcement? Because that's the issue.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Caitlin Lovell with the Bureau of Environmental Services, and we provided in our comments a suggestion. BES has boats. We're on the Willamette River at least once a month, if not more regularly. And so the suggestion was to work with BPS and BDS to increase the visibility of opportunity, if you will, for violations. And we're proposing to get those groups together to have a meeting to see how it could work, because we do have those resources and we have the boats available to even take BDS out to do kind of enforcement checks, if you will. But at the end of the day, it's still the same process at BDS, where BES would be calling in a violation and making a recommendation, just like a neighboring landowner would, and it would be up to BDS about how they want to prioritize and pursue and provide resources to enforcing any kind of violation that they see. So it's
Okay.
more awareness. What we're proposing is more of increasing the awareness, not necessarily increasing the enforcement.
Is there a way through the zoning code we can provide additional hooks for enforcement so it doesn't become one violation over a many-year period, but it becomes serial violations because they keep violating our code? I guess that's one question. The other question is there any way to set up the structure? This is probably outside of our purview, but like speeding tickets, like the BDS actually makes money through enforcement, so there are incentive aids to do it more.
I would say we can.
Everybody's looking at everyone else.
Well, I was just going to say we can look at ways. In general, the aim of our current environmental overlay zones is to get things resolved and addressed. That's not necessarily so focused on penalties, but to get corrections made. And one of the things that we're proposing in this current update and in the plan is to actually have a more standardized approach rather than having to always go through a review. If you meet certain criteria, you use one of three options to resolve an enforcement case, a violation case. But we'd be happy to look back to revisit the possibility for changing penalties and that sort of thing. I mean, there is obviously already an existing ability to put liens on property. It's sort of to put liens on property. It's a last kind of case situation. I think there's a bit of an aversion to doing that, of course, as you might expect for environmental violations. But we can also think about how penalties might be changed to have greater fines or things like that. There is a fine that's in place. We just have to revisit what might be done to have a little bit more.
I mean, if someone builds a building plus the cladding that design commission didn't approve, there's a lot of leverage in that situation. With significant penalties, it seems like there might be something comparable. I'll go to Andrew and then Mike, then Katie.
I was just going to mention that Director Esau from Bureau of Development Services is interested in coming to the PSC and having a conversation with you all. So I think that this could be one of the items and topics that you convey and discuss about how enforcement can be improved.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, and what I'm going to suggest is that, as we do in many cases, when we send our letter with a recommendation to council, that there should be a very robust conversation about this issue and what needs to be done to correct it. That doesn't necessarily relate to a specific code change.
Katie?
Well, just that letters go out to homeowners when there's a zoning request, and I know that it just seems like there needs to be, like, if there's a problem with a landowner, somebody besides these overtaxed bureaus need to know about it. Perhaps a Friends of the Willamette River or something like that. It should be, there should be some way that they are held accountable.
Yes, there should.
Yeah.
Oriana.
So it seems to me that here we've kind of done what we often do, where we've uncovered a problem that probably needs further study and more resources thrown at it. But I guess I kind of wonder, along the lines of these amendments that have been proposed, before we get to A10, what it would do to add a number of things that are not being enforced to a pile of things that are not being enforced. It seems like we need to deal with the enforcement issue before we start addressing like what other changes we want to see. With it just doesn't seem very logical to me to add to that growing list if enforcement is a challenge. And I would rather see our resources go towards figuring out that enforcement issue, whether it's having a further conversation here or conversations between bureaus. But it feels like that problem needs to be solved before we just add to the workload and the stress and the frustration.
Well, that's exactly what I was getting at when I said I didn't necessarily think it was that productive to go through each of these and take a vote on them, because the real issue here is enforcement on at least the ones we've discussed thus far.
So some of these measures are really to
whether it's a
compensate
half-inch
for the lack
tree
of
or an inch and a
enforcement.
half tree, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Sally?
So I think that what we can do is convene a meeting with the Bureau of Development Services and the enforcement staff and BES and BPS and put our heads together and come back to you on April 14th, hopefully with a little bit of a plan that and identify the resources that are put to it and what they might recommend to improve it.
Okay.
And I would just make one comment. I mean, this is an issue on the riverbank. I think in general, people comply with the regulations. It's just something, you know, there's a unique resource here, which is a scenic resource, and we can talk about. We have a couple slides on that. And so people want to maintain the views. I think outside, you know, enforcement is an issue on the riverbank. There's other areas, it may not be as much of an issue in terms of the pile of things that we need to be concerned about, but just a note.
Thank you.
So we kind of talked about enforcement, so I'll just finish that really quickly. The other primary comment was about, and this is sort of within this context of our discussion, I think, is a longer period of monitoring. So right now, the code requires that someone come back in a year and just confirm that they're still in compliance with their requirements. There have been proposals to extend that to 3 years or 5 years, but again, that type of extension would have the same kinds of implications for enforcement and all of that stuff that we've already talked about. So the last one that I had, and we can go down with any other items here on the list, but the other primary one that I, based on what was raised as sort of issues I wanted to talk more about, was related to vegetation and scenic resources, which, you know, kind of dovetails on this riverbank vegetation removal. So the testimony has been, and we've been talking a lot about this since throughout the process, is this sometimes kind of conflict between the Greenway overlay zones and the priorities and goals of the Greenway overlay zone with scenic resources and preserving views throughout the area. There are a lot of amazing views in the South Reach. So, you know, there's a lot of concern about that trees and other vegetation grow up and block views where we have viewpoints, and nothing is being done about that. And then secondarily, there was some testimony related to scenic corridors and the value of making the Greenway Trail, specifically on the west side, a scenic corridor, and that might be a mechanism to allow for the maintenance of that view through the whole length of it, I think is what I would interpret was the interpretation of that, the application of a scenic corridor, because we're proposing that the two trails would be scenic corridors, continuing what we already have in the central city. So what we have done to find the balance between the sort of natural resources aim of the river overlay zone and the scenic, the viewpoints and view corridors that are associated with that, is to specifically, when we did our inventory, specifically define view corridors that emanate from, so first we identified public designated viewpoints that are distributed throughout the South Reach. And in those areas, we applied the scenic overlay zone. And in the scenic overlay zone, you are able to remove and prune trees, and you are not able to plant trees there, but you would still need to plant outside of the scenic overlay zone. So then beyond that, where the river overlay zones are applied within the South Reach, you would still be able, especially related to the river environmental, you'd still have the environmental benefits that are associated and the goals that are associated with the river environmental taking effect there. Related to the scenic corridors, so there's, like I said, there's some confusion about what the purpose of the scenic corridor is, and that was in the memo that we provided to you. So technically, the way that the scenic corridor is written is really about the experience that you have as you go down the corridor. So, and I provided in the presentation here just sort of a bit of the purpose, but it really says you're trying to preserve trees, and where possible, you have these scenic vistas from the corridor. And so there's two primary areas where this is an issue. It's on the west side along the Greenway Trail and also up on Southeast Selwood Boulevard. In both those cases, we have scenic viewpoints that are distributed. There's basically, I think it happens to be that both of them have 3. There might be 4 along the Greenway Trail on the west side. And the idea is through those established public viewpoints, you would break up the vegetation to allow for views in those designated areas, but then outside of that, you would still be required to plant trees and create the habitat that we want to see along the riverfront. One other thing, quick note, is that so we also are proposing to update the landscaping requirement for new development where that's triggered, and it would be a little less prescriptive about how trees have to be distributed in the different zones. And so another way that you could maintain your view is by clustering trees and not having them evenly distributed along the riverbank. And so you could be creative about where trees are clustered to still maintain views elsewhere.
Mike?
So the only thing I was asking for with regard to viewpoints is that, and I actually suggested this as an amendment to be really specific, that it's city designated viewpoints. I have no problem with that, but I think the public needs to understand that it applies to city designated viewpoints, not their personally designated viewpoint.
Right. Is that a
I think
friendly
it's pretty
amendment?
straightforward.
And I think we do have that amendment here. I think, and we would be fine with that
Right.
change. And that is city policy. We protect public views. We don't protect private views.
And then the second comment is you're absolutely right. The individual who testified about establishing a scenic corridor definitely had in mind that would mean removal of all the trees so they can see out to the east. And in fact, you don't have this in the verbiage up there. Under scenic corridors, this is in the staff report, it says scenic corridors are intended to maintain the scenic qualities of the corridor itself through tree preservation, not tree removal. So
perhaps that testifier might have looked through the definition before making the comment.
So
Katie?
I would second his amendment.
I just asked real quick, how many are there? The more you've talked about it, I'm just wondering how many of these scenic views are on
In the South Reach or
Yeah.
across the city?
in the South Reach.
So, that's, I probably should have looked. I think there's, for the South Reach, there's about 25 viewpoints.
There's a whole document. They're documented.
They're all
And
documented.
then
Okay,
there
I'll
are,
look it up.
yeah, sorry, I can't offhand. Hasn't been at the top of my. But so there are viewpoints and there's view streets. So we did a full, and then scenic corridors. So we did a full analysis, like an inventory, went to a lot of different places in the South Reach and made sure that existing ones were still valid, relevant, and proposed new ones and that sort of thing. So there's a good number distributed around. Most of them looking down at the river or have views of downtown, that sort of thing.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. So I have a question for process. So does this complete the staff's presentation on table A?
Yes.
So I'm wondering whether we should move to B or we should ask any commissioners who want to make amendments specific to A to close the loop on that.
Let's close out table A and then move on to B.
Yeah, and I would just suggest here if there are any places where commissioners disagree with staff's recommendation, that should be the point of discussion.
Agreed. Yes. And I think on each one of these, staff did not support the recommended change. So that may be the unifying theme.
There were some.
But perhaps some of them won't be proposed at all. We'll see. So
there were some minor bones thrown out toward the end.
I am open to any proposals for amendment so we can discuss those that we want to discuss.
I actually have a clarification question, and I've asked this several times, and I haven't gotten a response, I don't think. On A11, and you all had the photos that I provided in my comments, and there in fact is a half-mile long stretch of river where all of the trees have been cut down every year, and they're pretty significant. And my question is, are we looking at cumulative diameter inches? Because the reality is, if you add all of those trees together, you've got quite a significant amount of tree removal that's occurred. And the only sensible way to look at what we've lost is by taking a cumulative measurement of all the trees. Is that what you intend or not?
So yeah, this is what I was talking about in terms of the section of the code that allows you different options for correction of violations. And
Right.
yes, so it is cumulative. If for a specific violation, it basically what this area you're speaking of identifies if you have removed more than 12 inches total of tree, you cannot use option 1, for example, and then you have to, if you remove more total inches, you can use option 2 if you meet these other criteria, and then if not, option 3 is river review. So you have to go through review if you don't meet those criteria for the 2. So this section is really just identifying the criteria by which what path you can use and then how to address those concerns via the options. But the way it is interpreted at BDS is yes, it's cumulative. So we just haven't put that in because that's how it's interpreted. That's the way at BDS
Right. And
interprets
so
it.
my request is to be explicit about that.
Okay.
Because it is not clear to other folks that that's how you handle it, which is the only logical way to approach it.
Then it seems like when we get to, if we want to do number A11, we might pull those out as a clarification. So I'm going to look to you, Mike, if you want to figure out which of these you'd like to propose. And we'll sort of.
That's actually on this table. That's the last one I have.
Well, how about the first one? We haven't voted on any of these amendments yet.
No, as I said earlier, each one of these is irrelevant if there's no enforcement.
So if there's satisfaction,
the big issue on all of these, I don't care if it's a half inch or an inch and a half tree, is the enforcement, and that's what we have to deal with. At Oriana, I think, expressed a similar thought.
Although, Mike, you did want to propose down to 3 inches, correct?
What's that?
You wanted to propose down to 3 inches landward of the setback.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. On A5.
Okay.
So the only ones I guess I would ask for a vote on are A5 and inserting the word cumulative on A11.
Okay. So motion on, give us a motion. Let's do A5. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the cumulative. So we have this language related to diameter inches elsewhere in the code, so the environmental zones as well. So if we insert cumulative here, then it begs the question, are we interpreting it wrong elsewhere? So you're looking at a much more comprehensive, where do we use these words elsewhere? Since the way we have in practice interpreted this is anytime we have inches, number of inches diameter, that it's cumulative. And so we would have to address and make that cumulative change across Title 33. Or we would then have applicants responding saying, it doesn't say cumulative, so it's by tree.
Can I double check that? With the tree code, it says a 36-inch tree, a 36-inch caliper tree, you have to pay a fine, but it's not cumulative in that case. Or am I missing something?
Right. So in this case, it would be if your violation is you removed one 6-inch tree, a 4-inch tree, and a 4-inch tree, the cumulative is 14. So when you're thinking of the 36 is equivalent to the 6-inch, it's just one tree's diameter. There are other ways in which in Title 11 that a cumulative tree removal are addressed and offset. You are correct, but when we're talking about it here, we're just talking about you could have multiple trees that are smaller that get you to a total greater than 12.
So it's different than Title 13.
But if you remove 3 15-inch trees from your site, then you're not going to pay, per caliper inch for every inch over 45 exceeds 36.
That's right. If you're talking about, what you're talking about is the tree preservation, the mitigation fee.
I was referring to another part of the code where I think caliper inch very clearly is per tree. That's what.
Let me just clarify that we're referring, and when I say code, Title 33, not Title 11. So in areas where we're dealing with violations in environmental zones, then we don't have that cumulative elsewhere.
Okay, sorry for that distraction.
Okay, let me cut to the chase here. I'm actually satisfied if, in fact, my recommendation was that it be very explicit that it's cumulative. You're telling me that it is cumulative. I can live with that.
Yes, for sure.
All right.
Perhaps we could add that to the commentary.
I think that would be an excellent suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I only have one amendment, A5, which
You're
I
letting us
believe
down.
I've already asked.
That was
No.
one about the trees come to riparian zones on the
No,
White River.
it's not worth our time.
Okay. It's your amendment.
Boiled it down to one
Okay,
damn amendment.
do we have a? And I actually was going to want to talk about A1, but is there a second for A5? Second.
Thank you,
from
Chris.
Thank you. So discussion on A5, limiting the pruning and removal of all trees greater than 3 inches diameter at breast height instead of 6. Okay, let us vote on that amendment.
We just need a straw poll for these.
I've had miscommunication. I thought we were voting on them. We can do a straw poll. Great.
It's all
So,
going to go into, it's all going to be incorporated into your final recommendation.
Okay.
You just need a straw poll at this point to give staff direction.
okay. Straw poll for A5. Raise your hand if support. Raise your hand opposed. Okay, so we have 5 and 1 on that one. Okay. And Jeff is out. He had to exit. Okay. That completes the recommendations on table A. Let's take a breath and do B.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to Table B, which is a decision-making table on recreation. For information on our first topic, which is the Waverly Country Club, you can see in number 4 under recreation in the memo, and also item B1 in Table B. As you know, there were numerous testifiers asking for the city to annex the Waverly Country Club into the city of Portland, and you expressed an interest in this topic. Some key things to note is that the site is in unincorporated Clackamas County. It's within Portland's urban services boundary, and the city doesn't have an agreement to do planning for unincorporated Clackamas County urban pockets like it does with Multnomah County, as evidenced with our river planning in the Riverdale-Dunthorpe neighborhood area. In 2018, with our 2035 comp plan adoption, the city applied what they call a shadow zoning over the Waverly Country Club site, and it's a comp plan designation of open space. So when it would come into the city, the site would be designated open space. Generally speaking, annexation is a voluntary process, and it's based on the property owner's desire to come into another jurisdiction. The proposed draft recommends applying the river general and river environmental overlay zones to the Waverly site when it is annexed into the city. And so having done this, this little recent research and talking about this topic, we are proposing a new action item, R5C, which has different city bureaus, including our Office of Government Relations, working together to investigate and pursue approaches and/or incentives for seeing this property annex into the city of Portland. And this activity is starting now, but it's in the near term in terms of trying to accomplish that.
Okay. So I guess we'll go to discussion or questions and then a quick straw poll. Any discussion? Raise your hand if you think this is a good thing to pursue. Looks like we have unanimous support for that.
Great, thank you. Do you feel like running the thing for me? Okay. So the next one is in decision table B, item B4. And again, I'm going through the presentation and discussion I had planned, and if there's other items you want to cover in the recreation table, we can do that. They're pretty minor in nature, but happy to cover them. So in table B, item B4, A few people testified on different aspects of public safety and enforcement of rules in parks, natural areas, and along trails. Some of the concerns raised included compliance with off-leash area rules, the safety of users along trails, and minimizing human I can never say this word. I don't know why I put it in my presentation. Degradation of natural areas. So there is an existing action, R1H, that seeks funding to improve compliance with rules in city-owned public parks, natural areas, and along trails. And what this means is adding more park rangers for these activities. Based on the testimony, staff proposes to add some additional language to that action that talks about seeking funds to improve education about enforcement of and compliance with the rules in parks and natural areas and along trails. So that's B4.
Any questions? Yeah.
I do have a question. So does that mean that the recommendations under comment or requested amendment is included in that, or just the underlying language under staff recommendation?
So it's an existing action in the plan, so we would just be adding the additional underlying language to that action to clarify it further.
And would the language under comment or requested amendment be included?
This is a staff recommendation, yeah.
Oriana?
So I have some concerns here, and I hope that staff might be willing to amend the language on the recommendation to include something about equity. I worry about the word enforcement, and in particular, when we talk about environmental degradation or camping, about who is being impacted by that, and not just houseless folks, but whether I think we need to be tracking whether people of color or Black or Indigenous people are being impacted more. What we view as environmental degradation and who is responsible, I think we don't always have a good lens around. So just making sure that if there is increased education, I think that's really important, definitely in favor of that. But on the enforcement side, that there's some sort of just demographic tracking or just awareness and acknowledgement that anytime we increase enforcement, it is more likely to impact some communities than others.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, but we do need to get a handle on the direct impact on areas like Oaks Bottom and so forth that is out there through camping and so on and so forth. So there are literally on the ground, there is degradation of natural resources out there that needs to be addressed.
I understand that, and I think folks know how I feel about issues around folks who are unhoused and camping on this commission and outside, but I think we want to be aware of people and the degradation that happens to people as well, and trying to find a balance in that process. So I
support
disagree
your
with the
statement.
concern.
I'm just saying that.
But I also want to make sure that we are not criminalizing poverty or criminalizing houselessness in a way that is just exacerbates existing problems.
Yes.
And to that end, thank you very much. I believe we're going to have a more robust conversation on April 14th.
Yes.
And I appreciate staff's building that conversation.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. And just to be very explicit, that enforcement, I would be very concerned if it talks about implementing sweeps.
Okay. Yes.
So should we add to that action to track demographics for enforcement actions? Is that what you'd like to add to that action, or?
May I kick some language to you potentially? Because I think it goes beyond the demographics. It's that issue around sweeps and just like how people are being treated and who's being treated. So I'm happy to kick some language, and we can collaboratively figure out what the right way is to bring that intentionality.
And I would like it to be, it makes perfect sense to bring it all together in our April 14th discussion. So, yeah.
Okay.
So that's B4. Next. Okay, so the next topic is about boater safety, and there's information in your memo under item 2, river use boating conflicts, along with an attachment that has been provided by the Oregon State Marine Board. And if you look at item B3 in Table B. So boater safety and reducing conflicts in the seasonally boater congested South Reach has been an important topic during the South Reach planning and reflected in testimony received and interest from the Commission. The proposed draft contains objectives and actions that seek more education and enforcement. One action is geared toward increased funding and staffing of the Multnomah County River Patrol that enforces boating rules on the river. Multnomah County Commissioner Myron is supportive of boater safety and offered minor edits, and that's what you see in item B3 to action R11C. And then just to set the record straight, the state of Oregon sets boater rules in the river. The Marine Board has provided this handout, which discusses its current rulemaking process in the lower Willamette, existing boating regulations, and the boating rule development process. The Marine Board convened a rulemaking advisory committee to provide input on possible new boating rules for the lower Willamette, including the South Reach area. Recommendations to the Marine Board is anticipated to happen in late 2020, with the rules going into effect in 2021. And I think I mentioned earlier that I am on this rulemaking committee as a representing city planning. Staff suggests that coming back to you this summer, when the proposed rulemaking recommendations are ready for public comment and review, and have a discussion and review your comments that you would like forwarded to the Marine Board. Josh Mulholland, he's a project manager for the Lower Willamette rulemaking, is here today. If he's still here, yay, he's still here, and can answer any questions you might have. And I let Josh know in advance that the Commission is interested in providing comments on the proposed rulemaking recommendations. And he thinks that the Marine Board will be very pleased to hear from Planning and Sustainability Commission. So I don't know if you have any questions of Josh?
Sure.
Mike, yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming to visit
Yeah.
us, Josh.
So this wasn't addressed in any of the testimony, but I have to ask the question, do you foresee the Marine Board taking up the issue of no wake zones expansions in, like, say, the Holgate Channel? Is that even a possibility?
Good afternoon, members of the Commission. I'm Josh Mulholland, Environment and Policy Program Manager for the Oregon State Marine Board. So the rulemaking process that Debbie outlined and the concepts that Rule Advisory Committee are evaluating, there are several of those concepts that do involve some sort of additional regulations, potentially a slow no wake zone, specifically around the Willamette Park to Holgate Channel area. Currently, we have some different, I'm not even going to call them proposals, but concepts that are being considered by the Rule Advisory Committee, and many of those have substantial protections in that area.
Yeah, you get there. You did, after I think about 3 years, establish a no wake zone from the Oregon Yacht Club down to and including the lagoon and Ross Island, but not the downstream stretch of the Willamette Channel. So, and interestingly, I'm looking through the literature that we were given. There's a reference to 5 miles per hour, and I thought that the rule had been changed from speed to just no wake, because the new boats for wakeboarding are such that they could go even slower than that and still create a massive wake. Is that correct?
In our administrative rules, there are still references to a 5 mile per hour speed limit. Our current practice when putting in those types of regulations are to use slow no wake language to address the same kind of thing you're talking about. So anything that we would put forward in the future would be a slow no wake zone as opposed to a speed limit. Also, the speed limits on water are enforcement is tricky, which is apparently a theme of this commission.
Yeah.
And it's something that our law enforcement partners have dissuaded us against because they don't have radar guns when they're out on the water.
Right.
I have a question. I'm not sure it's for you or for staff. Is that one thing I brought up after public testimony was, are there ways that we can, through prioritize people-powered transportation, whether it's rowing or swimming or what have you, over motorized traffic on the river, and on the shoreline where we have a little more purview, maybe that has to do with locating docks or ways that we can sort of tip the scale, and then also things your commission might be able to do with with us writing it as a suggestion and letter, whether there's some, and I guess the other last option is the tricky way where we potentially provide a swimming area and therefore you have to have a no-wake zone within a certain distance of it. So we could effectively create no-wake zones by putting stuff in the river that forces your hand.
We have a history of changing boating regulations in response to the development of swim zones, things of that nature. I mean, just this year, we authorized a slow no-wake zone outside of the swim zone, not in the South Reach, a little bit north of there. And it's something that the board is certainly receptive to. I mean, our priority is safety for those on the water, first and foremost. I think our board would encourage this commission to bring them into consultation early and often. I think that they may be less inclined to act if they feel blindsided by things after they've already been done without the Marine Board's at least knowledge of it. I'm not going to speak for my board necessarily, but I've seen that kind of thing in the past.
And if I could just comment on your prioritization question, if you look at the existing facilities and in this plan, the recommendations for new facilities in the South Reach, they tend to be light watercraft oriented. You have Willamette Park, which has the motorboat access, but for the most part, I mean, motorboats can come up to, for example, the Selwood Riverfront Park dock and dock there, but it's not really a place for launching motorboats. So I think the plan overall, by the land use, the riverfront side of things is prioritizing light watercraft over.
Okay, thank you. Mike.
Since we still have BES here, I was wondering if Caitlin might come up just to get the issue of docks out there. I know that there's concern from a number of agencies about the proliferation of the number of docks on the Willamette and in the South Reach, and I'm curious to know what kind of coordination, collaboration between the Marine Board and the city bureaus there might be to address that issue.
That's a great question. There have been some initial conversations about some particular docks that are in a state of disrepair and how we want to, if they want to be relocated or rehabilitate them. But generally speaking, because of the environmental impacts, our intention and our work has been trying to keep the existing docks in place and not increase the number of docks. A number of places that are remaining where docks and human activity and human recreation in the river makes sense are at odds with fish recovery and our other federal obligations. And so there's a lot of intentions to do good work and not a lot of places to do it. And so where we can rehabilitate and use the existing docks we have, that's been our priority.
I would add, from the Marine Board standpoint, proliferation of docks has been an ongoing concern just because of what they do to compress boating in smaller and smaller areas. And so, I mean, at the state level, we work with the Department of State Lands, and one of our comments has consistently been, we'd like to see the expansion of docks minimized to the extent practical.
Great. And the reason I brought that up was in our desire to encourage more recreation on the river, I would hope that any communication that we have, whether it's in the form of a letter or amendment or whatever, would spotlight the issue of docks and environmental impacts.
And just quickly, so we have met with the Marine Board a number of times, at least I think 2 or 3 times over this process, and we're keeping them abreast of our work. But also, just a reminder, what we are proposing related to docks, if there is any additional interest in talking about it further, is that we are saying that new docks cannot be placed in shallow water habitat, and that we have a limit on the size of docks, which is 200 square feet.
Residential docks.
Residential docks, yes. So private residential sort of docks. So it would be a maximum of 200 square feet. You could go larger than that if you'd like, but you'd have to go through river review to demonstrate that, alternatives analysis and all that sort of thing. So that is the current proposal in the plan.
So for the recreation, table B, that's the end of my presentation. I don't know if there's other items in here you wanted to discuss, or if you wanted to take a straw poll on the remaining actions. Like I said, they're fairly minor.
Yeah, so I think
I want to go back to B. So just so I'm clear.
Which one on B?
Yeah.
B, table B.
Yeah, I was staying on table B, but any particular number on it?
No.
Okay.
Things missing.
Okay, okay.
Are we, again, we're going to take up on April 14th the trail amendments
Yes.
that were recommended by 40 Mile Loop and others?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to peruse these really quickly. So Waverly Country Club, we already straw polled that. B2, seems like staff supported this one, right? So this is I guess maybe I'll ask fellow commissioners, are there any items here to discuss further? Or maybe, are there any of these where staff's not supporting what was recommended? That's what I want to bring out. Support.
I think these are mostly staff recommended amendments.
Okay,
So.
okay. And there was B8. Would you like to discuss that one, Chris? This is the time frame to next 5 years. Or-
That's the one we talked
we
about
did this
first.
before. Yep.
Yep.
I'm catching up. Thank you. Okay. I think we can go to D. Yes.
Okay. So D does not have PowerPoint, I'm sad to say.
That's all right.
But it should be very quick. So D, and this will be a refresher from your last agenda item, where D1A and D1B are trying to make our zoning map recommendations consistent with the adopted Better Housing by Design, the new designations. So we would just like to be able to update these recommendations in the next draft. And the second one, the D1B, is we had kind of a last minute, as we were preparing the proposed draft, a minor zoning change that's really almost a zoning map correction, where a site had 2 separate designations, where most of it was one designation, and so we were trying to rectify that into one designation. That site does also happen to have a designation that has been changed by Better Housing by Design. So we wanted to add an objective and action to adopt this, the small zone map change, but also have all our recommended maps be consistent with Better Housing by Design. So that's D1. D2 is about bus service, and throughout the planning process, we became aware early on in our existing conditions work, but also through public comments through the process, bus service to along through the South Reach is inadequate. But what we realized when the proposed draft came out was we only had an action reflecting improvements to one bus line, when there's 3 primary lines between both sides of the river that need further service enhancement. And so we are just updating that action. It was better to have one action for all the improvements consistent with TriMet service improvement plans.
And you might have picked up on the fact that I know quite a few people in the South Reach area, on the west side in particular, and I'm sure they will appreciate this one very much.
Yeah.
Chris, or sorry? Chris.
So I want to dig in a little to the consistent with TriMet improvement plans. So I want to make sure we have an equity lens across the whole TriMet system, and we're not advancing one set of lines just because they happen to intersect with this plan. So are these already in a TriMet improvement plan?
Yes.
Okay. And is this specifically to promote access to recreation in the South Reach, or is it just we happen to be looking at the South Reach, these lines are in the South Reach?
No, it's about, so when we've looked at this in terms of, so we got, for example, comments from Oaks Amusement Park that their employees have trouble taking transit to work.
Okay.
So it's not just a recreation issue. It's we've had residents on the west side who want to go to the east side to shop in Sellwood, and the bus doesn't run in the evening or weekends. So it's for purposeful trips. It's not just for recreation, and the improvements are those that have been adopted in the service improvement plan.
Okay, as long as we're consistent with the service improvement plan, I don't have any issue.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
I guess I shared that question of many parts of the city have poor, insufficient TriMet service.
Yes.
Just make sure if we're comfortable highlighting this area, if it's a little zero-sum game, maybe we should be highlighting some other area. If that was
And these lines it's not like they're just serving South Reach. These are major lines that serve the region, so the 35 or the 19. They go beyond South Reach, but they're impacting people that want to get to or from the South Reach. And if we're looking at the equity lens too, one of the things about having people come to South Reach for recreation is that we need good transit service also to get people there. So I think you could look at it from the equity lens at the same time. But the service there is really pretty. It's just there's 2 lines that are only commuter hours, not on weekends, not even evenings. The service is not that great.
Okay, yeah, great.
Just poor.
So, any consensus? Straw poll for all those 3 items. Fine? Okay. Sounds good to proceed.
Great. I think we're
Okay.
And I don't
thank
see
you.
anything else on this list. Are you guys wrapping us up early?
That's it for today. We'll see you again on April 14th, and we will be discussing the items that are listed on the run of show, plus trails, and we will come back to enforcement staff with the various bureaus will get together and talk about enforcement.
Thank you. So we will continue this discussion to April 14th.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, staff. I want to take, for the past project that we just voted through, I just had do you have enough stuff, Julie, to write a letter with the notes that we had to accompany the affordable housing?
Staff will.
Okay.
I mean, based on your
Various people shot popcorn things to have in the letter, so as long as we're set. Sounds good. Okay, great. Thanks. Then with that, we are adjourned.